I'm getting it. I'm working on it. I think I got it. Yay!
Yeah. You sound a little echoey.
Yeah, I haven't put my headphones in yet because I'm still posting everything and I was gonna get a drink. But then it was like 5 minutes went by so fast.
It's so always like fast. Right before.
I know, it's like I'm sitting here like, oh, I've got 15 minutes, starts puttering around. How the fuck is it already 2 till?
Just kidding.
Oh, time? What is time? You don't have time.
Genuinely, what is time?
What is time?
I don't know anymore.
Alright, my channel. I need the link. Need that link address. I have to put it on Patreon for things. Okay, copy, title. Because post titles are required, public. This is tedious. Streaming video. Publish. How was your day been doing?
Yeah, it's good so far. Work was easy this morning, so gotta love that.
Okay. I'm gonna get a drink.
Okay. Sounds good. I've got coffee.
Awesome. It also gives my pen a couple last seconds to charge. I'm still here. I can hear you. I'm just across the room.
Yay. You've had a full week.
I have. I really have. When I can be heard, I will talk about it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. Oh, don't roll out. Okay. I keep my little thing of Pepsi cans on top of, Chai has a covered litter box situation. It's like a little chifforobe looking thing with a little hole in the front. I have like a couple things stacked on top of it to keep him from climbing on it because he likes to scratch the heating pipe next to it.
Right.
One of the things is a box. It doesn't stop him. He still manages to get up there. One of the things I have on it is my little 12-pack box always of Pepsi or Coke. And one of the scariest things to me, because the floor is slightly on an incline, is a can rolling out and falling off onto my foot. And this isn't an irrational fear, because that happened to me. I almost broke my toe again because of a falling can of Coke.
I mean, all it takes is the right angle, and it hurts like hell.
It hurts like hell!
Yeah, the chance of something actually getting broken is still very much a thing.
Luckily, it was my pinky toe, which is so small that it cannot be broken. At least that's how I logic.
Yeah, fair.
I don't think that's how it works, but that's how it feels.
That's how it feels.
Yeah. Okay. I have that's my hairband. Where's my glove? I need my drawing glove. It covers my pinky.
Yeah.
It protects the screen.
Yes.
Okay, let's hold on. I have to do the internet podcast experience, quote unquote podcast.
Yeah, quote unquote podcast.
There we go. Open that can of Pepsi right next to the mic.
Nice. Can ASMR.
Is my mic the right one actually selected? I'm gonna be very unhappy if it wasn't. Hooray!
Yeah, you sound good. Yeah, cool. It sounds fine. GG.
Sometimes it selects the headphone mic, even though that's shit and shouldn't still be counted as a mic because my cat ate half of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course he did. Hi, buddy. You gotta stop doing that.
He's tiny Satan incarnate. I mean, he's a cat, so we knew that.
Honestly, yes. I mean, cats are that by default, but I feel like he's got that extra layer of.
My cat is such an asshole.
I'm gonna fuck your shit up and do what I want.
Even my cat craziest friends are like, your cat is a special kind of asshole.
he has that look in his eyes, like he knows exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it. That's the thing about him. Like most cats are like, okay, you're just an asshole because it's just in your nature. It's like he's choosing to be an asshole.
Yes, he's like, he woke up this morning and chose chaos.
Yeah. Every day.
Every day.
Single freaking day.
Every damn day. Oh no, I still have to post.
I love
on
it though.
DeviantArt.
He's adorable enough to get away with it.
Yes, he is. I give him that. I have to put stuff on DeviantArt. Where is DeviantArt?
Oh yeah.
DeviantArt is missing. There it is. Status update. Ta-da! No, that's not the link. No. Okay, I have to do it. So something I was thinking about this morning that needs to be is apparently the new thing this year for 2021 is, as a Buffy fan, the joke for me has always been something crazy happens, oh it must be Tuesday, because Tuesdays were when Buffy episodes aired. That's why my urban fantasy comic airs on a Tuesday. Fun trivia fact. I decided to make it a Tuesday comic when I was trying. Yeah, that's why. I was sitting there like, what day should
never
this
knew that.
It's like ABBA is on Fridays because that's just easy, and like the TGIF, that kind of stuff. Was figured like my first project, just put it on a Friday, put it at the end of the week. I didn't want to ever post anything on weekends.
Yeah.
But when I was trying to pick what day Saints Quarter would be posted, I was like, well, it was heavily inspired, not singularly inspired, but I can't deny some heavy inspiration. Like the credit lettering I use, I took from Buffy. It's the same font. I was like, I like this font. Yeah. So in homage, I'm using it. So I was sitting there thinking, well, the whole thing, the concept was originally like comic series framed like a TV show. So complete with credits pages and shit, which I've comicked up a bit. But so I was like, how about I put it on Tuesdays? Because Buffy aired on Tuesdays. Because that's the kind of nerd that I am. But I think 2021 is...
I love that. I love like little...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. But yeah, like...
I think I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, 2021, if something happens, oh, it must be Wednesday!
It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday, my dudes! That vine has a whole new meaning now!
Wednesday's child is full of woe, right?
Oh god.
That's how the poem goes.
Is it?
That's definitely accurate this year. That's hilarious though. I never knew that. That was the reason behind Tuesdays.
Yeah.
I love subtle stuff like that. There's a reason for it.
Yeah. Like, even the stupidest little things, there's a reason for everything. It's just sometimes it's silly.
Right, exactly. Well, silly is still like a reason. So
yeah,
I like that. Says he's here for about an hour before he has
Hi,
to do
buddy. A.M.A. January debrief. I hate DeviantArt status when it's nice centered bold lettering, and then you put over certain letter count, suddenly it like minimizes and looks gross.
Yes, it screws everything up. Their whole formatting and everything just pisses me off.
I think we've yelled enough
like
about
the changes
DeviantArt
they made. Yeah, we have.
We'll do it again in the future.
We won't go down that path again. Oh, it'll happen. It never won't happen.
Forever and always. Alright, I have to post the same status on 2 accounts, because for some reason I'm maintaining 2 accounts, even though I foresee myself slowly consolidating back into the original after I clean it up.
You think so?
Maybe. Just because the other one never really took off. Like, there's a few people there, but it never really took off because, 1, it was mostly original content.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah. And 2, because I started it around the beginning of the decline. So it's like, oh, alright.
That's true, you did kind of start it late, so like people really weren't as active on the site by that point.
Yeah. Whereas my other one, I've got, like, definitely not as many people still on as it says that I have up there, but
yeah,
it's a fair amount of people.
Yeah.
And, like, they know me by now.
Interactions there.
Yeah.
Yes, this is true.
But yeah, so I've just been considering whether or not to make just a central account instead of the professional and fun account, because I there's old stuff I'd like to shoo away just because looking back on it, I'm like, I don't really like it anymore. But most of the stuff
Mhm.
that I have up here is like, I feel no need to bury any of it. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. But again, I'm still making up my mind.
Yeah. Fair. There's lots of choices and options there.
Yeah.
So either way, I'm sure it'll work out.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. I have posted things. I have not yet poured my can of Pepsi into my cup. The production of this is non-existent.
It's very laid back. We'll go with that.
I think laid back is a
Very
very nice way
casual.
to put it. Very
This
kind.
feels like hanging out.
Yeah. That's why the server is the podcast. Live drop podcast
Yes.
is the server now. So I figure it's like that's basically what it is. It's me trying to podcast
Yep.
without podcasting.
Yes.
Too lazy.
One of these days we'll actually get Jess to be in here too, but if her work
He's
schedule
always
permit.
working now. So she was texting me earlier, like, I'm so done with today. But yes, a full week I have had. Because I'm
Mhm.
construction. That's what I've been doing. I had to do floors. It's
Yeah.
so
You've
many
been in home
fumes.
makeover mode.
Yes, I know how to level a floor now. I don't know if I did it right, but I did it.
But you did it.
I did it. I have earned that patch on my queer card.
Good job. Is that like Boy Scout badges and patches and stuff?
Yes, only Girl Scouts
Yeah.
because they're a far superior organization.
Yes, fair. Yeah, I guess they have badges and patches too, don't they? Yes,
Yeah.
they do.
It's
Should
kind
know. I was in Girl Scouts at one point.
No, my mom and all of her siblings were in Scouts. My younger sibling was in Scouts. Of course, they were in different Scouts than the ones my mom was in. So we get to hear both versions
Mhm.
of like how each one works. Like how
Mhm.
Boy Scouts are rooted in, like, it's kind of like the baby Masons. It's like Masons
Yeah,
Juniors
that's pretty accurate. Yep. Mhm.
and heavily religious.
Yeah.
It's depending on where,
Quite.
like, I'm sure some communities have dropped a lot of it, but like at least where I lived, it was heavily religious.
Probably.
The Pine Car Derby was
Oh
fun
yeah.
though.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Girl Scouts is all about like we're going to be baby social warriors. I was like, it's
Yes.
hilarious.
That's what they're supposed to be. Man, out
Yeah.
here it was not that way though.
Oh,
It was
I bet.
boring as hell, and yeah, very religious.
No,
Here,
yeah,
though.
the Girl Scouts where I lived were it was baby knitting circle. Whereas my mom and her
Yes.
sisters were taking archery and shit. I'm like, I wanted to take archery.
See, that sounds awesome. I joined Girl Scouts because I wanted to do stuff like that. Like I wanted to do archery and like rock climbing and horseback riding and all that stuff. And no, we just sat in a church basement and made crafts that were really stupid crafts. And I'm like, this is so boring.
Yeah, the closest to any of it I got was when I was in 4-H. Like 4-H was when you got to do all the fun shit you wanted to do in Girl Scouts.
Yeah.
I learned how to tie fishing knots and shit. We never got to the animal part though, because my papa was not about to put up for a sheep or a goat. He's like, I've got horses and cows. That's what you got.
Well, at least you got something.
Yeah, we had a foal who would bite. It would follow. Fee was that horse's favorite thing in the world. Just them toddling around at like 7 years old. But that thing would bite them so much. Luckily, mostly just their clothes,
Oh,
but there were holes in sleeves.
that's good. Gosh.
His name
That's
was
so cute,
Banjo.
though. Aww.
I'm trying to
I love
decide
it.
the February theme for the patron bonus illustration. The Saints Quarter 1, and of course it's February, so it's going to be kind of Valentine's Day. Did not yet decide which pairing from Saints Quarter I was going to feature this month. I am not doing another group shot,
Oh. Yeah,
except
that's
in
fair.
there's
After
one.
that last one, that was quite detailed.
Yes, like I was thinking about, like, if I couldn't decide, maybe I could do like a bunch of little chibis. But then I ship some of the characters with
Oh.
multiple other characters, so then I'd have to make up my mind on who's with who. And some of the ones that I ship,
I was gonna say,
I
yeah.
can't reveal yet.
Yeah, I was like, you're gonna get into spoiler territory if you're not careful.
Yeah. So like I could go with the obvious, like there's already some stuff with Lucas and David like that. I am not at all trying not to telegraph that that's going to be a thing at some point. Like I'm not
Fair.
even going to pretend it's not going to be a thing. I'm not going to say what kind of thing it's going to be, but it's
Spoilers,
going to be a
guys.
thing.
Spoilers. It's a
Is it
thing.
spoilers if they started with flirting?
I'm just joking.
or
When
I
it's
can,
something that obvious.
or I can go with Robin and Penelope, but like,
Yeah, because that one's obviously
yeah,
already well
that's the
established. That's obvious.
yeah, like that's the one where I'm like, they're going to just be in this relationship for the series. This is the series relationship.
Yeah.
There is one lesbian couple that is always together. That's how I'm gonna get away with all the relationship drama later. I mean, what?
Your audio's cutting out. You're going robot.
No! Is it because Chai eats my mic sometimes?
I said your audio is being funky.
Shit. Let me see if I can fix
Maybe,
it.
I don't know. There was like a weird spike of lag. It might be my internet. I can't tell, but your audio cut out for a bit, and then you came back, and it was like all robot.
I think, is it better now?
Yes. Now.
For now. I think everyone's been having internet problems because of a cable that got cut somewhere. Like there was this. It's a cyber attack thing
in your
going around.
area.
Yeah, it was. I heard about a cable cut in Brooklyn this week. That's
Ugh.
one thing that happened. I don't know if there was more, but
Lovely.
I have made my decision because I thought of a funny, cute image.
Oh.
We're going with Lucas and David.
Okay, perfect. Also, there's technically 3 of them if you do Lucas and David, because you also count the familiar.
Yes.
Or patron. Is he a patron, or is he like, what is the actual dynamic there?
Yes. That's the dynamic.
Okay. That works.
It's hard to quantify is what it is. But I will say familiars do kind of, this is an A.M.A, so I will say familiars do kind of function like patrons, and this is something that I thought of before I started playing D&D, so at me. But it's kind of, yes, so they're referred to as familiars. They function like patrons, and different warlocks, because I guess that's the word for what David is.
Yes.
Different magicians of his type, like in Saints Quarter, most anyone who does magic is just referred to generally as a caster. It hasn't come up yet because everyone else has been witches. Depending on the familiar they bond with is the relationship that they have. So yeah, it is very patronesque, which is when I discovered warlocks.
So
I loved
it essentially functions like that, though.
Yes.
Maybe not so much in the traditional sense of you've got like a contract or whatever.
Yeah, not quite like that.
Yeah, okay. What other kind of, well, I don't know, you don't have to go into this if this is going to spoil anything, but what other kinds of labels would you have for casters? If there's witches and warlocks, are like mages and sorcerers a thing? If so, how do they differ? Like wizards, stuff like that.
Okay, this is interesting, 'cause now I have to think about how to say everything. Again, you can ask me anything. I might not answer everything, is the rule for today.
That's fair.
Let's see. So, a large part of the different words you will notice over time is very distinctly cultural. Like, for the most part, because it takes place in America, if you do magic, you get called a witch. Then there's different kinds of
Yes.
witches. Like, specifically Wiccan are they're very, it is based on, to make sure that it's perfectly clear, it's not me saying this is literally what it is. It is based on modern Wiccan religion. So if you are Wiccan, you are a religious witch of that specific kind.
Yes.
And of course, there's other sub-religions and stuff like that, or completely different religious groups. But in America, everyone just pretty much gets pushed under witch. Like, there's people who call David a witch. He is not a witch. He would have been classified as one in the burnings because of his little familiar and the marks that it leaves, which is kind of what his situation is based on. The whole idea of your pact with the devil leaves a mark on you is like, that's the kind of thing that he's got going on. And quite literally, he's got tattoos all over his body because of the...
Yes. It's very badass.
But go ahead and add things. But like, he refers to himself pretty tongue-in-cheek, as just admit, like, he'll call himself a magician. But like, the closest thing you could refer to it as would be like a warlock. And then you have different words, if not based on different religions or cultures, based on how they use their magic. Like, sorry, I'm trying to draw and think at the same time, which is remarkably difficult. Like, there are shamans, there are priests, there are high priestesses. Like, we met a few of them at, recently.
Seen some of that.
So I also don't, because this new Kickstarter isn't starting until I was about to say October, March, much sooner,
much sooner than October,
much sooner. It's like, I'm expecting most people who would tune in, who listen to who watch the series, who read the series, words are a thing. Precision of language. To already kind of be caught up on the website, but also, like, in case anyone's like waiting for the book or is just tuning in who's going to get the book, I don't want to give too much away, because some people are particular. Like, I'm particular about some things. Like, I stopped watching Game of Thrones because I wanted to read the books first, but then I decided I'm just going to read the books because the last few seasons were just awful.
Yeah.
Like, I still love those books. I will not watch the rest of the show. I'm not doing it.
Doesn't sound like it's worth it. Never got into it, and I was kind of glad for that.
Yeah. You're like, oh, I didn't even have to worry about something I liked getting ruined for me.
Didn't miss anything.
You're like, I'll just settle for my friends writing fan fiction about it.
Oh, hell yes.
But I want that heart to be bigger. Make it bigger.
It's so cute already. I love it.
But yeah, so there's the... There are the standard witches, then there are the subgroups of witches, which are like solitary witches, then Wicca. Robin did a little speech about that in episode 1, which has been printed over a year ago, so I can talk about it. Like, it was mostly just like a little shtick to both introduce the variety as well as a little bit of her character. As she's very biopic.
Yes.
But I want it to still be obviously a heart, but take up a lot of the screen. There we go. Getting there.
still quite a bit of delay on my screen. So
Oh
you're
no.
still working on it.
Basically, there's going to be a long time where the joke is Lucas wants to be with David, but David has a third wheel always attached to him, and that makes Lucas uncomfortable. Like, that's.
Fair. Yeah. Like I said, there's technically a third.
Yep, there's technically a third. His little symbiote.
That would be a challenge, yes.
Mm-hmm. I have to continuously reclassify because the way my brain goes off on different tangents. This is why I turned down a video interview last year for my Kickstarter. So I was like, you know what? No,
Ugh,
because I
that'd
can't
be tough.
trust myself to answer the question correctly.
I feel like that's something where you would need like interview questions ahead of time to like
Yes.
prepare answers.
Yes, like I would still definitely go off topic, but I would eventually make my way back to
Oh,
what
for
the
sure.
answer's supposed to be.
At least you've got a list to follow. So.
Yeah.
This is so cute already. I love it.
But vote and stuff, and yeah, like I mentioned, David counts himself as a magician, but most colloquially magician will probably mostly refer to people who are like fake. So for him, it's kind of like he'll probably go into it later on, but that's what he calls himself. But he probably functions more like a warlock and would probably be described as one.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, and there's also the idea that depending on what you're called, it denotes the kind of, like I said earlier, something about the way that you practice magic. Like witch, everybody in America gets called witch as their initial default, but it also means something very specific. Like witches are very tied to nature, often medicine and stuff like that. Whereas warlock is very specifically about dealing with like extraplanar stuff and stuff like that, like David and his familiar. Magician is tricks. Just the way to put it, it's tricks and illusion, which is why it's the idea of being fake. And then you have like shaman and priestess, which is specifically in a realm of like guidance and omen.
Yeah.
And like mages and stuff like that would just probably be used in the modern context that Saints Quarter takes place, would be used based on personal preference more so than having any individual meaning.
Yeah.
And then if you want to bring an extra D&D element to it, sorcerers are just people who just have powers and they just do stuff with it.
Yeah.
But that's kind of a loose thing because you could classify a lot of creatures, even otherwise but like there's human magic users, which are referred to generally as casters, and then there's the otherwise, which are anybody who's a person but not human. Yeah. So they often have their own kind of magic in the way they use it. So technically, if I included sorcerer as a definition, just about all of them who can use some type of like obvious magic would technically be sorcerer.
Yeah, would fall into that category. Okay, so it's like you've got just the overall general definition of witches, and then it's basically like different specialties and subclasses.
Yeah,
more or less.
A lot of the way the modern culture of magic and casters works is kind of this based idea of a lot of the original arts are it's like the modern arts are based on very piecemeal leftover understandings of some of the original arts. So there's a lot that is lost, kind of like in real life. There's a lot that's just gone, and so it's culture based on. It's a collection of various smaller cultures based on trying to put something back together based on the powers that they have and the powers they're experimenting with and learning about and from, with what little they managed to hold on to from for like ancestors and stuff like that. Like very few communities still have enough of the original arts left over to really call it like the same thing, which is one of the common themes that'll come up a lot.
I'm sure it's quite different.
Yes.
It says it's kind of the basic shtick of the one funny chapter of Beyond Two Souls, trying to have a date while your supernatural bound creature doesn't like the tentative boyfriend. Going back to the whole nice.
Yeah, Kala has opinions on Lucas.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I look forward to this.
Yeah, they have opinions on Lucas. It's I am amused by it myself personally.
Aww. I'm quite interested in this now.
Like it's they function kind of and I'll go back and forth with Kala between they and he because they don't really have a solidified identity one way or the other.
Yeah.
So most of it comes from David, i.e. me, figuring out a way to talk about them in a way that's not saying it because they are still an entity
Yes.
with a personality and such, but not in a way that anything on our plane resembles.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's like all based on the impression that they're giving off at any given moment, how they're referred to.
Yeah. Yeah. Seems like it would be something that would be kind of contextual.
Yeah. Like technically they're they because they do not have a gender. That doesn't exist
like that's
for
just
familiars.
not a thing.
But you'll often see, based on how the witch or warlock, whoever has one at the time, because you can be in another class of magic and have one. How they refer to their familiar will show something about them. Like David refers to Kala sometimes as he, if not they, because he projects some of himself onto him. You'll see
that makes sense.
Yeah, and you might see a witch who presents as one gender referring to their familiar as the opposite gender or a different gender.
Yeah.
Because either...
It's probably just how they would relate to each other.
Yeah, is either how they relate to each other, or maybe they're projecting something about themselves, either that they're not expressing, or that they are expressing through the familiar, and they're using the familiar as a tool for that.
Yeah. That makes sense. Still very much a part of them.
Yeah. Very much, yes. They are the vehicle for which the familiar can enter this plane. It's kind of parasitic, but
yeah, it's a symbiote.
Yeah,
it's
symbiote
like a
works.
positive parasite. Yeah, it's mutual benefit.
Yes. Tentative, yes. There's a lot that's like I guess figuring out how to answer questions without giving away story details because I want to talk about this, but I don't want to.
Right. Don't, because I know hints of what you're going for. I would save that. I wouldn't talk about that.
Yeah. Symbiote covers it. We'll stick with that.
Yes.
Like, there's a lot that I want to get to sooner rather than later, but we have to wait and see when it comes up about how David got his familiar and why.
Yes. Okay, this is a completely unrelated question to what we were just discussing, but still ties in. How tall is David? Because he looks tall.
He's pretty tall, but Lucas is also short.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was a short Lucas thing or if it's a tall David thing.
It's a both.
Or
like
both.
David is in the he's definitely over 6 foot, and Lucas is definitely below 6 foot.
Oh.
Like I'd say Lucas is perfectly average worldwide for a grown man.
Yes.
But that still means he's like 5'8".
He's still under. Yeah, I think what's the average, like 5'9", something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Like I'd have to look up what the exact number I wrote down is because most of their comparative heights I've internalized. Just like in relation to how I draw them next to each other, and it's also going to be not always the most consistent as long as it's the general. If it looks about right, then it's fine. I'm not working with models here. Wrong folder. Characters. That's not the folder I wanted. But yeah, like I've got a little cast lineup photo that I'm gonna put up here. That is probably no longer still consistent. It's close enough. Yeah. So Ro and Layla are very close in height. Like there's a difference of about half of an inch between them canonically. That depending on the scene, one or the other may look taller because like at first it was mistakes, but then I decided sometimes it just helps with the mood. Like they just those people there's always that pair of friends or family that you can't quite tell who's actually taller. Like Jess is technically taller than me, but we give off the impression that I'm the taller person. Like she's always surprised to remember that I'm shorter than her. Because
some of that's just how you carry yourself.
Yeah.
Definitely a thing.
So it's that kind of like that. It's like depending on the scene, one or the other I might start intentionally making them look like just slightly taller. Robin is definitely the shorter one. She is she is less than 5 feet tall. Lucas is like in the 5'8", 5'9" range. Ro and Layla are like 5'5", 5'6", give or take. Whereas characters like this dude who's on the lineup, even though in David is not for capital R reasons. The reason is because David's design was not finished yet when I made this.
I feel like you really need to do an updated one now.
I do, because like Ro's face doesn't come out that way anymore. Like this is early comic days. Robin still essentially looks the same. Layla essentially looks the same. Trash Son over here essentially looks the same.
Trash.
But some of them were still being. Some of them he is my trash son. Some of them were still in development. Like Ro was definitely still one of the last characters whose look was developed going in, and whatever the fuck was going on with her hand right here.
Yes.
Like David, I designed the page he showed up was when I finally figured out what he looks like, and I still hadn't finished designing his tattoos. Like going into episode 2 now and revising the pages for print, I was finalizing his tattoo designs in the revision of episode 1 while episode 2 was almost done. So his tattoos need adjustment. That big, beautiful, glowing page with the tentacles everywhere, it's gonna look different in the book. But that's because it just took me that long to figure out how the hell I wanted the tattoos to look. Like this is
that's understandable.
And I didn't want to.
That's literally like that's like his signature feature. Like you want to make sure that you nail that down right. So
yeah, and I didn't want to put any part of the project on hold just because a major minor detail still wasn't completely finished.
Yeah, no, understandable.
Because like yes, they're supposed to be tentacles, but they're also not supposed to be tentacles. Like they kind of emote them, but they're not literally.
Yeah, it's different from what we would understand as such. It's not like straight up octopus arms.
Yeah. Like I could be all obnoxious and go like, oh, this is just the way the brain interprets it because you don't have to.
Sure.
No, it's like a theory. Like yeah, it's alien tentacles. We'll go with that.
Yeah. Yep.
Before anyone,
tendrils, whatever.
Yes, tendrils. And before anyone runs off with a fan theory, I don't mean literally alien. Like there's not aliens in this comic.
It's alien. It's alien in that it's not something that we know and understand here within physical Earth terms.
But yeah, like I don't mix my sci-fi with my fantasy like that.
Not aliens.
I'm not one of the people who think that you can't. Like I definitely think you can mix it. I do
time and place, but that's not your series.
Yeah, I think that there's very different kinds of stories you tell with each with the archetypes from both genres. So it's you have to be telling a story that both things that work with. And I don't think I'm working with a story that aliens works.
Yeah. I would agree. I think that would feel like super out of place.
Yeah, like anything alien or extraterrestrial has a very specific kind of story that you're telling. There's still a broad realm of it and a lot of things you can do with it, but there's a very specific thing.
Sure. Yep.
What?
Guys. trying to decide if this is gonna be good to share. It's not. It's not that inappropriate.
I looked. It's fine. You don't have to say it.
Okay. Shine just said, we all know what actual tentacles lead to. And I said LMAO, yes. And Oz said, it might. So I hope Lucas enjoys that.
Oh, God.
Guys.
No comment.
Behave yourselves.
No comment.
Nope.
It's stuff like that had me considering an NSFW tier on Patreon, but then I'd have to actually supply material for it.
Honey.
And I have a hard time just doing... They would, but I have a hard enough time just doing regular concept art when I need to be doing that. So, like, maybe one day we'll be at a point where I can produce enough work often enough that some of it is that. But me and motivation and focus are at odds the past couple of years.
Once you get settled into your new place, I feel like that's gonna open the door for you to be able to just
like I gotta
have a space to get into that mode.
Yeah. I kind of miss being able to get, like, how did I go to college, get my homework done,
honestly,
and then do
dude,
3 fully colored pictures in a medium I did not know how to use yet a night? Like, how did I used to do that?
I don't know how, honestly. Even when you were working at the art store, like, I don't know how you managed to do stuff like this.
Well, I would come home and go catatonic draw. That's what I would do. Like, it was there. It was the only release I had. I turned my brain off and draw.
It was like your outlet. Yeah, fair enough.
And now it's like, there was all this stress around everything at work before 2020 happened, and then 2020 happened, and I'm like, my brain cannot function.
Yeah.
Like, if I wasn't struggling with everything before, at least now I know what to medicate. At least some of it. This is true. Some of it. What's real fun for me is I always have to remember that Lucas is supposed to be at least slightly buff, like he's small but he's stocky, and I think sometimes I do him a little too lanky. Yeah, like that's something that
muscles.
Yeah, it's something I decided very early on that he was going to be a little vain about. Like, he's definitely one of those bi guys that gets pretty. He's very into how he looks.
Yeah,
most of the time he's too busy to act on it, but yeah, he's very into how he looks.
I dig it.
I remember when I was so good at hands for a little while, and now I'm like, what are hands?
Isn't that the struggle of every artist?
Yes, there's this one.
At some point.
There's this one audio that keeps circling back around to my For You page on TikTok, where it's like, artists be like, once I can draw hands, it's over for you bitches. They're like, if that's not the whole ass mood, though.
For reals, though.
I took life drawing and I was good at it, but just doing anatomy from my head now is difficult. Like, you think the amount of buff guys I've had to draw for Oz, I would be able to do a male body by now. But I'm like reverse Michelangelo, where sometimes I try and draw a male torso and I'm like, what goes where?
What is anatomy?
Yeah, it's like, instead of putting like extremely masculine torso with like oranges where the breasts are supposed to be, like Michelangelo did, I'm sitting there like, remind myself not to give them too much hip. And then just give up and say, you know what? Even cis guys sometimes have some hip. A lot of them do.
It's true. It's true. There are some very thick straight boys out there. Yes.
Everybody got that booty.
Oh, for real.
Or also, like, I'm also
never enough buff guys drawn.
He's right. No, I'm also like, it's hard for me to draw like, I've done it, so it's not like I haven't done it. But when I draw like female body characters, I'm sitting there like, I want to put all of the curves. I like drawing curves. It's fun to draw curves because I'm a
Mhm.
bisexual nightmare and I think it's hot.
Yes.
But not everybody has them. I'm trying to have
No. If you
variation.
look at real feminine, like female bodies, whatever, like not everyone has the soft round shapes.
It's like
There's plenty of variety there.
I catch myself doing the thing where I'm like, this is pretty. Wait, no. Where the fuck does his thumb
I mean,
go?
some people are shaped that way, and it's okay to have that now and then, but it's not like that's the only shape.
No, I know. The reason I keep doing it is one, I'm surrounded by images of it everywhere, but also because like majority of everyone I grew up with was shaped like that.
Sure.
So it's like I'm used to seeing it, and so you're like, wait, no, variety.
Yeah.
I like to think that I've gotten better at it than I used to
Yeah.
be. Like all of my OCs back in the early teens looked the same. Like compare Morgan's original design to Minx's past design.
Yeah.
They're the same. You know what? It's David's turn to be wearing a baseball tee because I'm obsessed with them. Everyone
I
wears one
love
at
baseball
some
tees.
point.
They're honestly one of the most flattering styles of shirts, though. Like for basically any body type.
Yes,
That I just you so much.
hard agree. I'm not gonna give Lucas the muscle shirt. He works in it, but we're not doing that today. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! My pet's doing the thing. Ah. I love Photoshop. I'm one of the people who still legitimately likes it, but sometimes I hate it because sometimes my pen gets stuck on the move tool and I have to shut the whole program down and start over. Or, since I'm done with the body forms, quit and move over to Manga Studio, which is what I'm about to do after I flip this bit. Image, rotation, flip horizontal, because Manga Studio does not save a flip.
Huh.
It's interesting. All right, so I'm
Yeah.
going to close this. People seeing brief sneak peek is on my work table of the new cover for Avibus and next pages Saints Quarter while I open the new thing. Get your looks in now, people. So many secrets. See what you can tell from squiggle number 3.
Sneak peeks.
Alright, window capture on Manga Studio. There. Switch it over. And close Photoshop. I know that there's probably a better way to do things than constantly switching between programs, but you know what? I am old. I am set in my ways.
You've got your techniques and your process down. Like stick to it.
Yeah. Oh no. Why did they move? I'm on the pen tool. That makes no sense. Every time I see new announcements out for like Clip Studio Paint and stuff, I'm always like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't get it. I don't use. And everybody's using Procreate now, and I'm like, I don't have an iPad.
Nope.
I had one. It won't let me log in anymore. It locked me out, and it needs a full factory
What?
reset. It says that
Oh
it's logged out
no.
of my Apple account. I'm like, no, you're not. And it keeps trying to get me to send my old college email. I'm like, that's not my Apple
Oh
account.
god.
There's no way in
No.
hell I can log into that anymore. That
Oh.
was 6 years ago, me.
Damn, dude.
See, I didn't want to put him in a muscle shirt, but he's not a t-shirt person either. I'm just now realizing this. Lucas is not a t-shirt person.
No.
He's too pretty.
There.
All right, you're
Yeah.
getting the tank top
Yeah.
That
Go
one tank
sleeveless.
top that they all have. Who is the they? Fuck am I talking about? There we go.
Hell if I know.
I was gonna put them in like another button up. I was like, you know what? You're buttoned up out. You had 2 books of button up. Variety, sir. You have your
Yes.
signature look, but you must.
If he's got that much of a like, I care about my image and stuff, he's definitely got a variety of clothes.
Definitely. They all have a very similar theme because it's a cartoon and he has the same color everything, but yes.
Sure. He's got a certain theme to him, but he's still got variety.
Yes. Like designing his episode 3 sweater was interesting. So like it has to be an outfit that still looks very Lucas, but it has to look different. Right. But then I'm also sitting here like I'm trying to over the season his look will slowly change. It's symbolique with a K.
Okay.
Because I'm obnoxious and I like that shit.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, like so throughout the series, his look will subtly change. There's a couple characters who are gonna have some subtle look changes throughout the series, and then some who never change at all.
I like that. That alone is of symbolism. I don't know. It's just interesting.
I think that's. Sometimes I'll think of just a normal sentence, and then my brain will lock because I instantly think of a joke about it before I finish saying it. And then I'm stuck in limbo of trying to decide whether or not to tell the joke or the sentence first, even though neither makes sense without the other. See, it all started.
You're kind of a pair. Oh my gosh.
No, I actually have to give context for this. There's this one joke that I tell myself, at least on some private level, every day. And it all started because my mom did it. Like, she and I were arguing for years after I came out. Not because she didn't like the fact that I'm bisexual, because she didn't understand it. Like, she was fine, she just didn't get it. She's just like, I just don't fucking understand. But, but one day I'm just driving and I'm just trying to park the car. That's all I'm doing, is I'm just trying to park the car. And I was sitting there like, I just have to get it in there straight. And she'd be like, that'd be the first straight thing you ever did. And I died. She just said it. It just fell out of her mouth.
Wow, Mom. Jeez.
I was like, that is the most aggressive validation I've ever gotten. And now it just constantly comes up. Every time something comes up, it's like, I'm just trying to get this straight. It's like the joke pops into my head. It's like either I say it, she says it, or my younger sibling says it. It's just like, just like some joke on my capacity to do anything straight.
It's not possible.
No. So I was just about to say, it's like, I've just about got the sketch straight, and then I was going to joke about me being able to do something straight, and then me joking about the fact that this is a very unstraight sketch. So there, like, and like 5 different jokes went through my head at the same time.
There's like so many levels to this at this point.
My brain stalled out.
Overload.
Yes. So whenever I'm like in the middle of a sentence and I just stop, it's not the mic. It's because I just had like internal car crash of thought.
Your poor brain's just trying to catch up and sort through it in time.
Yes.
Good job.
I need a sip of my Coke. I saw another debate on pop versus soda yesterday.
Oh.
And I didn't know until now where I was on that. I'm the bitch that calls everything Coke.
Oh no, you're one of those people? I was about to say, I thought you said you were drinking Pepsi.
I am.
No, that's wrong.
And I used to drink exclusively Pepsi. In fact, I would make jokes about it all the time. People would be like, ugh, you like Pepsi? I'm like,
I
yeah.
remember.
It's like, yeah, I'm from North Carolina. Deep slurp.
Gosh, you're one of those everything's Coke people.
I
No.
didn't used to be. I used to just say soda. And sometimes
Soda.
I had a friend from Kansas and another friend from Kansas, a different
They
Kansas
call
friend.
it pop here, and it drives me crazy.
But it
It's
was
all pop.
I know, I
Go
used to
on.
fight with her about it too. She's a friend of mine in high school. She had moved from Kansas, and she's like, "No, it is pop, damn it!" And I'm just sitting there like, "Okay, soda."
It's so true though. People will like freaking die on that hill out here, and it drives me crazy.
I was like, I don't care. I got into the habit for a brief time of saying like I would only drink brown pop because it's true. Most of the time, I don't like I hate Mountain Dew. I legitimately hate it. I don't have anything against anyone who drinks it. I do not, because I know some people will like judge you based on your soda choices. But I'm just sitting here like, I'm sorry that my taste buds are weird. I legitimately hate Mountain Dew. It is too sweet. It tastes radioactive to me.
It
I
is
don't
very
like
sweet.
it.
I will give you that.
I
It's very
only like it if I've been working outside all day and my blood sugar is low. That's the only time I like it.
That's good for
It's
that.
because,
Oh man, but you'll have a hell
oh
of a
yeah.
crash after that.
Oh, and my mom's blood sugar dropped to like below 40 one night, just from nowhere, because she just started having more problems with it as she got older. And the way we got her back up quickly was by forcing her to drink Mountain Dew.
Awful. That's really genuinely awful.
It was awful. It was a bad night.
Jeez.
but but also because I was reading the House of Night books at the time, like I was really into those for a while before I got old enough to go, this isn't fun anymore. It started getting weird. Around the time there were Scottish vampires out of nowhere, it got weird.
Oh no.
It was already weird. It got weirder. We need to have a series of episodes where I'm just talking about books that I used to read that are bad. There's so much wrong with House of Night. Oh god. Okay. But the main character specifically, there was this running thing for her where she only drank brown pop. And I liked that because me too. But also it took place in Oklahoma, so she said pop instead of soda. So that's why I started saying it. But now for some reason it's always Coke because everything around here is Coke. It's just everyone has Coke products. You have to look for Pepsi.
Yeah. Huh.
So now it's what it's.
Lord.
Why are we? I forgot how we got here.
You were talking about taking a drink of your soda.
Yes. Help.
Ugh.
I
See,
didn't.
I don't understand why people call it Coke instead of cola though, because like Pepsi is a cola. I just it's a name thing. So like someone asked for a Coke and then you have to specify no, I want a Pepsi. And I'm
I
like,
can answer that.
you just said Coke. Just call it a cola.
I can answer that.
Then you could say I want a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi Cola. What?
Coke is shorter. And people are
Coke
lazy.
is shorter, but it's stupid.
That's the reason why. Coke is shorter and people are lazy. It's fizzy, it's
So
mostly
stupid.
sugar, and it makes my throat feel weird. It's all the same thing. Except Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper sucks.
I don't like Dr. Pepper. Every now and then I get this weird, like, harebrained idea of, like, you know what? I want a Dr. Pepper, even though I hate it, because I just want to try it again and see if something's changed. And no, it never changes. It's always disgusting. And I'm always like, why the hell did I buy this? Ugh. Their cream soda one is
That's actually fine.
I
I thought Jess had given me an off-brand one the other day because I was like, I just need a soda. I don't care that you're out of Coke because she had told me earlier in the day we only have Dr. Pepper, and I was like, well, fuck that shit. But then I had been working all day and I was desperate for a soda, so I was like, I don't care, just give me this fucking Dr. Pepper. And I was sitting there drinking like, this isn't so bad. The off-brand is fine. She's like, oh no, that's the real shit. It's just the cream soda. I was like, what? You tricked me.
Yes.
Yes.
Shine says, give me a Dr. Coca Pepsi. That would be so gross. Ugh. And Oz says it's over there in Italy. It's Coke for everything, but it should be cola as a general noun. I agree, Oz. It should be cola, not Coke. Thank you.
Well, see, I can understand everything being Coke in another country because it's not it wasn't like an originally their brand. Like it's just a thing. It's like here they're all brand names. I know it's that way there now too, but like I get it like becoming that. That I get. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. In Germany it was the same way. Everything was Coke.
Yeah.
So
they're just like that fizzy shit from America.
Granted, when you ordered water in Germany too, you would have to specify if you wanted it still, otherwise you were going to be served sparkling water. That's just the default there.
Really?
They're weird. Yes. You go out to eat at a restaurant, if you order water, you're going to get sparkling water with no ice. They don't put ice in their drinks.
Ooh. Why?
It was different. That's just not how they. That's not how they do their beverages for some reason. Granted, I don't know if things have changed. When we were there in the '90s, you'd go out to eat, and yeah, that's how they would serve the beverages. You'd have to ask for still water with ice if you wanted what we get when we get an ice water here.
That is weird. I have
Very
to ask.
different.
I have to ask my mom if that's how it was in the '80s.
Yeah, ask her because it was very unusual. I love Lucas. I love David's hair too. David's hair.
He's got that sleek, fluffy hair.
Yes.
Lucas is
Your characters have gorgeous hair.
Oh, thank you.
All of them. All of them. They're all like either sleek and sexy or they're like fluffy and adorable and super hot.
How to tell if a cartoonist is bisexual? Everyone is hot.
Ain't that the truth, though? Kat, why did you do that?
Which one?
I just put a bunch of tattoo balm on my arm, and Grim came up and just like flopped across it, and now there's there's cat hair all over my arm, and there's a bunch of balm across his stomach. Buddy, it's gonna be so. Your fur is gonna be so green.
At least, since it's the nice stuff you have to get to be safe for your tattoo, it won't make him.
Yeah.
Well, he might get like a tummy ache, but it won't hurt him.
Yeah. Nah. He'll be fine.
He'll be okay.
Stuff. I still gotta wipe it off, but my gosh. What are you doing, Cat? Now he's burrowing under a blanket.
I got told once that someone liked how I did noses because everybody looks like they had a different nose.
Yeah, that's true.
I was like, oh, thank you. I work really hard on that because noses are a pain in they're a pain in the ass. Especially if it's a character like Ro, who's supposed to
Oz says it's the same way with drinks there. You don't get ice unless you're like in a pub.
Really? Is ice in everything an American thing? Is this some capitalist bullshit where they're just trying to charge you the same for less liquid? That's totally what it is!
I don't know, dude. That's probably true.
Fucking America.
Sorry, you were saying something about Ro's nose, though?
Oh, I was saying, especially with characters like Ro, who's got, like, she's canonically supposed to have, like, she's got that long, straight nose. She's supposed to have a big nose.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, what are angles with her?
Yes. I love it.
Like, she's more difficult.
Are such an underrated facial feature, though.
They are.
It's such a huge part of the face, but, like, I feel like a lot of people overlook it when they're talking about character design and, like, stuff.
Yeah.
Like, a different nose really changes a face.
Yeah.
A lot.
I will say that, like, from, like, front view or 3/4, like, Lucas, Robin, my Scarlet, my little nose characters are a lot easier.
Yeah.
Whereas characters like Ro, Layla to a small extent. It's more difficult. It's more difficult at 3/4 or front because I don't know exactly how to make sure it looks like it still shapes the same. Because like you don't want to add too much, or it's like you can't over detail a cartoon.
Right.
Whereas like profiles for her are the easiest. Whereas with Lucas and his profiles, they're like, I don't know where to put the bridge of his nose.
Aw.
Like it's not supposed to look like it's the same shape as everybody else. Like everybody's supposed to have a different shaped nose here. He does have very singular ears though. Like that I'm weirdly proud of
Yes.
Lucas's ears.
That is definitely a very defining trait for him.
It was an accident too. I started everything
I
just
love
came
it.
out in that shape. And I was like, it works. I'm keeping it. Ah, my dude, I haven't drawn you. It feels like I haven't drawn you in so long. It hasn't been that long. He will never change his earrings. They will always be the same.
Yes. It's so true though, like if you find a good pair of earrings that are comfortable and give you no reaction, like I'm just gonna stick those things in and wear them.
Yep.
Especially if you like the look of them, obviously. If they go with everything, you don't ever change them out.
Oh my god, why are your eyes giving me a hard time? Okay. Olivia, do you have any questions?
um,
Or my brain mutinies and picks a new topic?
okay, we'll talk about your characters. Do they call it pop or soda
Oh
or
no!
cola or Coke?
Okay. Um. Well, I'm pretty sure Ro calls it pop.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure she calls
because
it pop.
she comes from somewhere else originally, correct?
Yes.
We don't have to discuss that if it's spoilery, but she's not from the city.
Oh no, it's
I think
already been said. She came from Colorado.
Yeah. Okay.
Um.
I can never remember what's been addressed and what hasn't. It'll. Yeah.
Uh. Hmm. Layla is one of those people who's obnoxious. She doesn't have a general word for any of it. She'll tell you whatever she's referring to. She's telling you the exact brand at that moment. She does not. No one
Okay,
knows what
that
her
makes sense.
general word is. Hmm. And Lucas and Robin are from California.
So they would say soda.
Yeah. They would say soda. Trash Son says Coke. Like that's a fact. Trash Son calls everything Coke.
All right, fair.
It's either Coke or ginger ale. If it's light colored, it's ginger ale. Even
Really?
Sprite. Yes.
Not a citrus soda. It's not Sprite. It's ginger ale.
No,
That's very specific.
it's because if it's light colored, he just assumes that it's ginger ale. Unless it tastes.
Oh my gosh. Light colored sodas are usually citrus based. It makes no sense.
No, he doesn't. That's the whole point.
Buddy, why? Oh dear.
Most everything he would have had would have been off-brand stuff anyway, so he's like, he gave up trying to remember our brand name, so he's like, no, everything's just Coke.
Oz, I think she's trying to avoid spoilers. That's why she's calling him Trash Son.
Yeah, his name hasn't been said on page yet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It will be soon, like very soon, but I just haven't gotten there yet. If I can control myself with the small detail, then I can control myself with a large detail. That's the
Yes.
exercise right now.
Yes.
But no, yeah, my friends all know what his name is. They've known him for a long time.
Yes, we do. We have.
In many different
Yeah.
iterations as I was working this shit out.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's been several different versions we've known.
Yep. Lucas, your jawline is killing me today. Buddy, why? I get told a lot that he looks like Sokka, and you know what? I can't even argue with that. He does a little
I
bit.
don't know. I don't think he does. I'm not. Seriously, I don't think he looks like Sokka. I think he looks like he would fit in that art style. Like I could totally see him being easily adapted into that, but I don't think he looks like Sokka. Sokka has a really long face and a really, really high forehead, and I don't know. Maybe if he had a different hairstyle, it would look more like it. I don't get that. I don't know. That's me personally, though.
He actually used to have a mohawk. His original design had a mohawk.
Okay, so maybe with a mohawk I would see it more, but
He also used to be
no.
Greek. He's not Greek anymore.
He's much stockier than Sokka too.
Yeah.
Sokka's lanky AF.
Yep. Your
I don't know.
chin is not
Like
this
I
big.
could see like hints of why people would say that, but I personally.
But yeah, I could definitely see it. It's because Sokka, at his most staying on model sheet, is kind of made of rectangles a little bit.
Yeah.
And like Lucas is made of rectangles a little bit.
I can see that.
Like the base face shapes for the characters, I was very specific for Saints Quarter specifically. Before I started, I was trying to get like very distinct shapes going on, which is shit I had to work out during the running of the series with A.M.A. Like I didn't know until the end of book 1 what everyone's basic shapes were, which was fine. I had to learn all this without on my own because it wasn't offered in school. It's fine.
Shine says Trash Sun sounds like a 90s rock band.
Alright, you know what?
Wrong.
That's that's what's gonna be on David's t-shirt now. Trash Sun.
Yes! Yes! Perfect!
I was trying to think it was gonna be on his shirt. That's what it is now.
Perfect.
It's a band tee.
It's a band. Yes. I love it. It's a band. 90s grunge band.
It's a band canon in Saints Quarter world, just like the cartoon that Robin has on her t-shirt is a show canon to the Saints Quarter world that I have not gotten to get it going to yet.
Yes.
It's called Hallow Kitty, like Halloween. There's a line of cat characters that look like monsters. So far, Franken Kitty has been revealed.
I do like that.
There's actually a whole ass comic strip I keep wanting to do every October as the special for that October, but I keep not doing it because I know I'm going to try and start it and then never finish it. Because there's just always so much else going on. I'd have to have everything pre-drawn before October in order to actually make it a thing.
Yeah.
Because I'm not capable of keeping to a schedule.
Schedules? What are those?
It's hilarious.
I know what they are, but I refuse to acknowledge their existence.
I refuse! It's hilarious because, like, I depend on a routine to function, like, aggressively, but I despise it.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing. It's like, it's the thing that I need, and I can't do it. I hate it so much. Like me without a routine. Alright, Casey, we're gonna buckle down and make a routine. Me with a routine. Alright, Casey, we're gonna loosen up and have some freedom. Perpetual cycle of nothing getting done.
Yep. I understand.
This is why I need some CBT. What are elbows? I was good at them for like 5 minutes and now, God.
Elbows are tough.
They are.
They're annoying.
And the thing is, like, whenever I stop and, like, look at an elbow, I'm like, you're not actually that hard. Why are you always so hard? Like, I'll sit here for, like, 20 minutes at a time while drawing, just staring at my own elbow. Like, why can't I draw that? Like, it's not that good. Like, literally, your arm comes down to a pretty decent pointy angle. But whenever I just
It
draw
really
the angle,
honestly is.
it's always so weird.
It's one of those things that looks weird, even though that's legitimately how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Like,
It
there's
just
part of the
looks
bone
unnatural.
here, and then and just the angle.
Mhm.
Because I've been one hell of a sporadic dry spell. I managed to do so much this last year, but it was just so, it still felt like a dry spell. Because every time I try to draw, it got harder and harder because I was like, I can't, what are
Well, there
draw?
was just so much going on, dude. Like, yeah.
And I'm stuck in that stage of having to relearn,
Yeah.
which makes me not want it, which, like, when anything is hard for me, my brain checks out because it's frustrating.
Yep. Yep.
Which again is like why I'm sitting here like I need to at home CBT because it's like I can't keep doing this. Because I'll get
Mhm.
caught in this cycle where I'll put off getting back into art for a long time and only do like a couple little things every other day
Yeah.
until I finally get the hang of it again after a much longer than it needs to be grind. And then it's just like artwork out the ass for a solid month and a half. And then repeat cycle.
Yep. And I feel like a lot of creators and artists talk about that being fairly normal, but like there's certain things you can do, and yeah, it sounds like you've already kind of figured out some of that yourself.
Yeah. For like the 15 millionth time. It's great knowing what I'm working around now.
Amazing how that actually makes an impact, you know?
I know. Also, just the amazingness that is self advocacy. Like there's just like a lot. Like on Tumblr specifically, there's a lot of people who go like, I don't know how to get a diagnosis because everybody keeps telling me I can't have it or I don't seem like I have it, and I'm sitting here like,
Mhm.
or no one ever mentioned it. But I feel like this applies to me. It's like go in, start with that. Just start with it. Like
Yeah.
go in, say I think
Mhm.
I have X. Test me for it.
Yeah. Yep.
If you go in and just expect someone to tell you a general what's wrong, they're not going to be able to because no one actually knows how any of this
No.
works. Like the chemical
No.
imbalance thing, it's not actually true. Like it's a little true. Like there's actually like if there's a concrete thing where it's like some of this is wrong in your brain compared to a quote unquote normal brain,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's not general enough where it's not the same thing as, for example, when you have diabetes, it's because your pancreas doesn't work. It's
No.
not the same.
Exactly.
Like no one
It's
actually
quite
knows
different.
how it works. Like some
No.
people, their chemical levels seem fine, but they still have it.
Yep. There's a lot of different factors that go into it.
Yeah.
It's not just a simple, yeah, one organ's not functioning properly, like you said. Like it's
Yeah.
quite a different scenario.
Or like if it's too general, someone might, for example, my one of my first therapists is like he asked me one time if I'd ever been tested for being autistic, and then never brought it up again because he sat there and was like, oh, she's not autistic, but never brought up again what made him ask the question. So I had to
Huh.
learn 10 years later on my own to just go to my therapist and say, hey, I've been thinking lately because I have time because I'm stuck in my house. Can you test me
Yeah.
for ADHD?
Yes. Yep.
Yep.
Sometimes you just have to ask. You just
Yeah.
specifically.
Because like I wholeheartedly believe that the therapist that never brought it up again, he decided once he decided I wasn't autistic, which was a specific wonder, he put everything under complex post traumatic stress disorder, which is
Huh.
another thing that I have, because like the stuff we were talking about at
Yeah.
the time was all related to that. It was related to that and depression. So we
Yeah.
just like, oh, I'm just gonna put it under that because there's a lot of crossover.
Sure, like that's still definitely a factor, but that's like not the only thing.
Nope.
Yeah.
So like, no, it's self advocacy, man.
Yep. Always.
Everybody's sitting here like trash sack.
Yep. I love it.
Okay, so David is the one I haven't
Perfect.
answered yet on the Coca-Cola soda pop.
Nope, you haven't. Continue.
I think David's probably the only one who would say cola. He's the only one of the main cast that I think says cola. Because he's special.
Because he's special. Oh, geez. I mean, to be fair, I say soda, but I'll take cola over Coke.
This is why he's the trash son. As soon as, and I'll own up to the fact that as soon as you like were going off about it, I was like, all right, that's immediately, that's how he puts it, and that's exactly why he does it, because it's so obnoxious.
Fair. Fair.
It has to be a quality
Yes.
that he has.
I love it.
Also, because like he's from New York.
Yeah, fair.
Not everyone from New York does it, but a lot of people in very specific areas do.
Yes.
Okay.
That's after the soda question. Okay.
Yeah, that's the soda question. What next?
Huh. Let's. I'm trying to think of like questions that relate to the characters that I can. Like, do you just want like silly bullshit, like what's their favorite food, or do you want like something deeper?
Anything. And it doesn't even have to be about these characters. It could be about anything. Like, if it pops in your
Okay,
head.
that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so you talked about how the schedule of like Buffy being shown on Tuesdays influencing like when you uploaded and stuff. Have
Yes.
there been any other series or interests or books that have played subtle inspiration for the reason you do things certain ways?
Ooh, okay. The answer is yes. The challenge is being specific.
Fair.
I will say one thing I can be specific about is a lot of what I've done when I was first getting started trying to figure out how to do everything. I took a lot of cues from other webcomic artists that I either knew or just really liked their stuff. Like with Avibus, a lot of the early trying to figure out the series style when I was trying to make everything like a cohesive look. I will say there's this series called Sister Claire. It's a very different kind of series, but I met the artist while I was in college, her and her wife, and like she just generally was the person who knew what she was doing. So when I was working on Avibus, I was still reading a lot of their work because it's like the artist and writer combo, and they brought on a third editor writer as well that I didn't meet, but like a lot of how I like the length of chapters I went through and was looking at how long They had their chapters. The way they would number pages, I was kind of looking at that. So early on, I Quentin Tarantino stole a lot from at first, before I was finally confident in knowing what I was doing, and kind of moved away a little bit. But you can kind of still see a
Mhm.
little if you compare, for example, the way the title art is done. It's still very like my
Mhm.
comics style. Like I pull it away a lot, but you can still see the influence because I did kind of just that roundness, I think, is the way I can describe the aesthetic around the website and the title text and stuff like that, and the way I like to frame everything. Even the font that I decided to use, it kind of
Yeah.
imprinted on me, and
Yeah.
the sort of story it was. So it's like a lot bright. Like I just became a lot brighter, a lot more of a simplified down design, a lot more basic shapes and stuff
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
the uber realistic I started trying to do that I could not do. And
It'd
a
be
lot of that
tough to
came
do
from
consistently as a single
it is
person,
so
like
tough.
solo project. It's different when you have a team, but like, oof, I can't
Yeah.
imagine trying to do that solo.
That's why I worked a lot harder before I started Saints Quarter, because I wanted it to be a more quote unquote gritty, but more a
Yeah.
more organic look to it, like much
Yeah.
sketchier, much more real
Yeah.
feeling.
I think you do a great job with that.
Thank you. Um, I don't know how to take compliments, so instead I just do cute thank you sounds.
Just exactly. Good job. Just say thank
Yeah.
you.
I can. I have. I'm. I, pleh, 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 pleh. I have developed as a character. But yeah, there's a lot that's kind of stuck with it that I kind of imprinted upon from studying their project, because I really, really liked it, and it just kind of over time worked. Whereas with Saints Quarter, there's Buffy for the urban fantasy aspect, which I have been obsessed with my entire life. I absolutely love it. There's like the higher fantasy elements of it, instead of like demons everywhere, it's like fantastical creatures and witches and stuff. That I will point
Mhm.
at uh for the time being, rest this series in our ability to like it without couching everything we like about it in addendums. But Harry Potter. Um,
Yes.
like, it's not very obvious the influences that Harry Potter had on this series, but it's there. Like I can't say it's not there.
Yeah.
I myself couldn't point it out, but I know that it's there.
Yeah.
And of course, Avatar, because I developed
Well,
my
yeah.
personal aesthetic by growing up on Disney and Avatar, because Avatar just had this singular look to it that I loved. I loved how fluid
It is.
everything
It's a very
was.
signature look.
Yes. It was like the anime that wasn't an anime, and I loved it because
Yeah.
like I didn't grow up with access to a lot of anime, so when I did start seeing it more, it was hard for me to connect to the art style as much. It was because it was just
Mhm.
it just looked so different. Some of it was absolutely
Yeah.
gorgeous, but like most of the series that I was able to find at the time,
Yeah.
I couldn't connect with it as well. Like
It was like the stuff that was like popular at that point in time was like super duper anime stylized, like very like harsh lines,
yeah,
very sharp, very distinct. Avatar is like anime light, or like anime and Western animation had a baby,
yes.
and there's traits of both present.
Like I liked how different Avatar looked, but I liked that it was still like American animation is a lot more fluid than traditional anime because there's more frames per second. So like our style is
Mhm.
we want everything to flow. We want everything to be completely fluid movement.
Yes.
Like a lot of emphasis on that. Whereas traditional anime, especially main studio traditional anime, because of how fast they're putting it out and stuff like that, it's 12 frames per second.
Yep.
So they would there was a lot more like focus on stills on the face, on monologues and stuff like that, whereas even in the emotional moments where characters are just talking, in American animation, there's still more motion going on, which I really, really liked
Yeah,
because it kept.
exactly.
I was engaged. I'm able to get engaged in the character moments because I'm not my my stupid ass goldfish attention span wasn't able to get distracted. Whereas with anime, I'm constantly distracted because they stop moving and just talk, and I'm sitting there like, please move. I can't pay attention, which is why there's a lot of older stuff that I can't watch because on the one hand, there's not enough movement to keep me watching it, and I can't find a good dub so that I can draw while listening.
Yeah. Yep. No problem. I was gonna say, like, easy solution to that is to just watch it with subtitles. But you always watch stuff while you're doing things. You can't do subs.
Yeah, especially anime. Like a good cartoon, a good series of from anywhere in any group of it, like American or Japanese animation, Chinese animation. If it is legitimately engaging, then I will sit there with my pen over the tablet, just staring at the screen for hours, forgetting I was doing something.
Sure.
But not everything can do that. Even stuff I really, really want to lock into can't always do that. Sometimes it's just bad timing. But
that's fair.
So it's just harder.
Yeah.
Especially
that's
if I don't personally like the aesthetic. Like Code Geass, really interesting story. Some of it's a little obnoxious. I don't personally like the main character very much, but my younger sibling got me through the entire first season. And it was an effort to get me through the first season. Because I was sitting there turning into our mother, making comments and like complaining the entire time, which is what she did the entire first season of Avatar before finally the finale happened, and she was like, "All right, I'm ready for the next episode now." It took her the entire first season to get into it. I admit that since my sister went home this summer, I have yet to continue watching Code Geass because no matter how interesting it was to me, I was not engaged. Yeah. I wasn't engaged visually.
If something just doesn't mesh with you, you just can't.
Yeah, like
I can't connect with it.
When I look at the screen, I'm like just for some reason it's just the specifics of the character designs and that particular style that show had going for it. I'm sitting there like, I don't like it.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I hate it. I don't like that style. I'm with you.
I don't know what it is that I don't like about it. I'm just sitting there like, it doesn't do anything for me. Like, I can't relate to these characters as well as other styles. Like, there's, for example, I'm gonna be a basic bitch. Death Note. I loved that shit. I did love it. Until a specific season where my favorite character just wasn't in the show anymore. I was like, I'm not interested in the blondie with the fur coat. I don't give a shit about this kid who's obsessed with chocolate. I don't care. It's like, the person I was here for is gone now.
I feel that.
Yeah. I did go back and watch the last episode of the entire series because there's funny meme moments still because it's Death Note and I wanted to see how it ended. But like it's still very like quote unquote anime style, but I was able to connect with it a lot more because it was still a lot. It wasn't so stylized that I couldn't connect to it. Like it's the same thing like me and regular show. I can watch Bob's Burgers. I can watch Great White North. I can watch. I haven't been able to find it, but I want to watch that Park or Central Park show.
Yes.
The crazy looking cartoons that are about fun real life shit. I can watch that. I can watch BoJack Horseman. I can't watch Tuca and Birdie. I can't watch regular show. I can't. I cannot get into it. I can't watch Big Mouth. I hate the way Big Mouth looks. It is.
Oh, Big Mouth! I hate Big Mouth so much. It's so unnerving and gross and annoying. I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, I like regular show, but I like regular show because of the humor. So
I can't pay attention long enough to get the humor.
Oh, it's so good though. You're a child of the 90s. You should like it. Maybe you just haven't watched the right episode yet.
Maybe. I associated it with the same. I associated it with slightly older Gumball for some reason because of the way it looked and when it would come on. Even though I know that's not what it was, it has been filed in my brain as that, and I can't.
Gumball is strangely hilarious though, but the whole like mixed animation style bothers me with that.
But, oh, not Gumball. I meant Chowder. Gumball actually looks interesting.
Oh, Chowder. I I like Chowder. Chowder is extremely snarky and it's super meta.
The
Like,
thing is, like,
in a stupid way. I
this is
love
why
it.
I can't like, I used to go like, oh, I didn't like it. Now I just go like, I don't know why, but I can't watch it. I don't know. I legitimately cannot
Like,
say why I can't get into something. It's just something I can't do it. I don't know why, and it bugs me.
No, that's completely understandable. There's things that I definitely feel that way about, and you like can't quite put a finger on it, but you're like, I don't. This isn't vibing with me.
Yeah.
So I get that.
Like, what was the show that I showed you the character art for that I absolutely despised? Was it Ranma? No.
Oh yeah, the really creepy ass like big eyed dude that looked that one.
The one
no?
that's the it's basically an isekai, but it's like a tongue-in-cheek isekai, and it's about this guy who goes to a fantasy world, and it's basically like they're playing D&D. Well, one of the characters is a
yeah.
witch who has the one spell, another is a masochistic knight. See, on paper that sounds funny. The way they execute it, the visual style, I'm sitting there looking at it as like, this is very clearly marketed to a very specific group of people, and I'm not in it. And then
I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah. And then there's the stuff that I told you about. It's like, it's not just the visual design. It's even when I'm not looking at the screen, I don't want to hear how much this knight is enjoying getting beating up. I don't like it. I did not like it at all. And the funny thing was, is like on paper, that does sound like a kind of series I would like. It's a tongue-in-cheek isekai that kind of takes the shit out of like TTRPG. It's fantasy. It's silly. It's irreverent. On paper, I should like that, which is why Jess told me to watch it, because on paper I should like that, and she doesn't. The same things that
the idea of it.
Yeah, and like she grew up on anime, so like I'll get to it in a second. But the noise things with anime that I don't like, I'm noise sensitive. It didn't, but she was used to it, so it didn't get to her like it gets to me. And also there's just certain things that don't ping to her of the same nature that do to me, because it's just she's used to it in the anime, like she's aggressively used to it, and also she's asexual, so she doesn't. There's just certain things that for her specifically don't ping, where for me I'm sitting there like, this is making me very uncomfortable.
No.
But the sound thing, another big reason I can't watch a lot of anime is sound. The way they do the sound design. Like, it's not inherently wrong or bad. It's just the way they do small character sounds, or like just the little small vocalizations, that gets under my skin. The way that they have humor through loud screaming, I don't like it. It's not. It's like, on the one hand,
they're real big on that.
Yeah, like on the one hand, it's just not funny to me, but I can't just wait for it to be over, because it's also deeply annoying to me. It's grating. It's like, it's just as grating to me as ASMR is. I'm sound sensitive.
That's a pretty big level of dislike right there.
Yeah, and it is like, it's a visceral response to me. I just don't like it. I don't like when a character starts sitting there yelling and making random yelling noises. And maybe the scene is objectively funny, like the image of this guy angrily stomping down wine in Dr. Stone the image was objectively funny, but when you turn the sound on, I'm deeply annoyed and can't enjoy the show. Like, it just flips an annoyance switch in my head, and I'm incapable of enjoying the show.
Yeah.
It's literally like, I'm literally wired against it. I don't know how else to put it. And it makes me sad, because there's a lot that like on paper sounds really good, and I really want to see it, but when I try and watch it, I'm like, I can't do it. I can't just sit here and watch this. It bugs me. I'm missing out on so much. And this is on the list of reasons that my therapist thought I was autistic.
I don't know. If something just doesn't mesh with you, then it doesn't mesh with you.
Yeah, and it's the frustrating thing for me is, like, it's the little things that don't, like, that are in almost every anime are what don't mesh with me. Like, that specific sound style is in almost every anime.
you're going to be hard pressed to find one that doesn't, because that's just the what's the word I'm looking for? The default, I guess, for
Yeah,
most. Like, it's like a defining thing for the style and the genre. So,
like how,
but you could do like Studio Ghibli stuff though, right? Like
yeah,
that kind of Eastern animation doesn't bother you. And some people put it in the anime genre. I don't technically consider it anime, but I don't know if it's technically defined as such. But I feel like that's different, right?
yeah, I can watch Studio Ghibli because they got a very, they're the Disney of anime. Is
Yes,
what they
they
are.
are. Definitely. Literally, technically, because I
But
think they
better.
are in the US. They're distributed through Disney, aren't they?
Yeah, which is why it's an unfortunate comparison. But they are kind of the Disney of anime, as far as the wholesome, the really good wholesome. Usually,
Yeah,
their
good
renaissance is great
quality.
kind of media.
Yeah, yeah,
Actually, you know what? No, they're the Pixar.
specifically.
They're Pixar.
Okay.
We're gonna put it over there because I still respect Pixar. I love Disney, but I respect Pixar. It's a very important
Yes,
distinction.
yes. I'd say that's fair. They're very different when it comes to storytelling, and Pixar's like renowned for their amazing storytelling.
Yes. And the kinds of stories they
Like,
try to tell.
yes, too.
Which is why I was like, no, Ghibli needs to be, if we're going to compare it, which there's really not actually a comparison, but if we're going to compare it, like a 1-to-1 as
Yeah,
far as childhood experience versus childhood experience, yeah, Ghibli is Pixar. Like, as far as that
yes,
deep, visceral child experience, like, your childhood experience in emotion is what it is,
yes.
and you can get other things out of it as an adult that a kid couldn't have gotten. Like, yeah, the shit that should get awards but doesn't.
Yeah.
Soul better get an award.
You what?
I said Soul better get a fucking award.
Oh, I guarantee you it will. Pixar always does. Like almost every single movie that they've ever had up for an award has gotten it. So
Yeah. But where was I going with that? No, it's gone.
you were just talking about why you don't do anime and why
Yes. And then I
just
was
can't
saying
connect with it.
something and then you asked about Ghibli. I was trying to figure out where I was going before we got
Oh,
onto
yes.
Ghibli.
Sorry.
Damn it, Olivia! No!
Trying to backtrack, figure out where you were going. You were just saying like the soundscape of everything bothers you, and I said that was a defining feature of like the genre.
Oh, yeah, it's a defining feature of the genre, just as cringe and random toilet humor is defining feature of American cartoons. It's
Yes.
like
Okay, I see.
there's a lot of cringe in American cartoons, and I hate cringe
Oh
humor.
yeah.
I do not understand people
Yeah.
that can do it. Like secondhand embarrassment and cringe humor, it makes
Oh no,
me.
I hate that stuff.
It's the same kind of visceral hatred, and I can't. I have to get up and
Yeah,
leave. Like I literally,
I'm
we
with you
would be
there.
watching cartoons with my younger sibling growing up, and there would be certain scenes where I would have to get up and leave until the scene was
Yeah.
over because I did not like it. It could be in my favorite show, and I would have to get up and come back. Like one example I can think of that pops to mind a lot because I legit did like actually the soundtrack for it was Mulan 2. I don't actually like that movie. It's cute though, and
I don't
it's
think I've
fun.
ever actually seen it.
It's fine. It is fine. It's objectively fine. I didn't like it though because there's so much in it that's cringe humor. It's secondhand
Why?
embarrassment.
Like, what is happening? Like, how is
It's
that in Mulan 2?
Ling, Jinpo, and Yao are in love with the princesses. And they're flirting with the princesses and being awkward trying to get with the princesses secretly without because
Ah,
the princesses are on their way to be betrothed to another emperor's sons. So there's a lot of just
this sounds really. I
awkward.
think I might have seen this. This sounds familiar. Okay, I think I know. I think I remember now.
Yeah,
Yeah, I could see that.
there's this whole fake out where Shang dies, but he doesn't die because he falls off of a cliff. And his horse saves him. And then there's this one fight that he and Mulan have where every single frame of it, he looks terrifying because he hasn't been sleeping. And whoever's playing Mushu doing an Eddie Murphy impersonation needs to not
Oh
do an Eddie
no.
Murphy impersonation ever again. But but
just imagine.
yeah, like just so much of the humor is just is awkwardness, but it's funny. Secondhand humor, but laugh at it. And I'm like, this is never funny to me. Awkward secondhand humor, cringe is never funny to me. It always makes me get up and leave the room. Every single time.
I don't like it.
Like the first time I watched that movie, the first time when they got to the random, it wasn't even that bad of an example, but it's just like such a strong response to me that this is the example I go to, is they're just trying to subtly flirt with the princesses after being told off for being with them. And they're just doing this overwrought, if I could say this to this person kind of like thing, where like talking real loudly so the princess could hear them complimenting them. Just this is the point where they legitimately have feelings for each other, so it should be cute. Instead, I had to fast forward through the scene. The first time I watched the movie, I like a couple lines in, I fast forwarded until it looked like the scene was over because I couldn't stand it.
Legitimately bad when you have to do that for a freaking cartoon.
Yeah, and it's like, again, it's like it wasn't even that bad of an example of the secondhand embarrassment or the awkwardness. It's like it's that much of a response to me that something that simple set me off.
That's pretty bad.
I don't know why. And it's not like there's other things that get to me too, but it's more like emotional scenes that trigger me a little harder than they're supposed to. Like not just me, Fee too. Like something we both agreed on was there's an episode of Supernatural where the boys' home is haunted by one of the kids, who's being fostered there is the ghost of his mom, and in order to banish the ghost, Sam and Dean, when they figure out it's his mom, they think that it's attached to a toy that he still has that his mom gave him before she died. So in order to get rid of the ghost, they have to take the toy and they burn it on the stove. And I'm sitting there watching the little boy watch his toy burn. The last thing his mom gave him. I'm sitting there like, oh God. Like that horrible
that's pretty
feeling carried throughout the entire rest of the next few episodes we watched that day. Like I could not shake the feeling. And she was the same way. She's like, I can't take that. I can't take that. Like they moved on past that moment in the show and the boy was fine, but I was not.
Sometimes things just hit hard in stories and the way they're depicted. It just makes a connection.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
It's frustrating when it's something that makes you unable to watch something. Like I wasn't unable to watch the rest of the episode. I will not watch that episode anymore. Like I'll watch the beginning of that episode when that scene's about to come up. I skip to the end because I don't want to see the kid's face. And when I was little, the same thing with a Secret Garden. That she has a dream where her mom runs away into the giant leaves, and then the little girl just sits there and cries. That used to tear me up when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I still, if I tried to watch it, probably wouldn't be able to stand it. But like that used to tear me up as a kid. The first time I saw the movie and the scene came up, I turned it off and started crying because I was 7.
Yeah, that stuff it impacts you.
Yep.
Which is what the purpose and intention is oftentimes, but sometimes it just hits a little too hard.
Yeah, like children being sad is a very specific trigger for me. If a child is miserable in a movie, I can't keep watching.
Yep.
Like a specific kind of miserable, like anything involving abandonment, grief, or just having been hurt in some way. It's like I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
I'm that way with kids in peril. I can't. Like the It movies, I love them, but I can't watch them like repeatedly because of that.
And see, like I don't have that. Like, granted, it is more scary when a child is in peril, and depending on the kind of peril, potentially triggering. Like the scene where he's like slapping after the kid in the mirrors, that was awful.
See, okay, so like the older kids I'm fine with because it's like they're teens, so it's like it's not as big of a deal for me. But like when Georgie gets attacked or the kid in the funhouse, like those fucked.
Yeah.
Like
And
I
especially
can't
just,
stand when it's like a young kid that's in
yeah.
trouble. Like I have 5 younger siblings. I'm the eldest in my family. I grew up very protective of my younger siblings, and while I'm not a mom, I still have like that protective maternal instinct. And I'm like, oh hell no, you're not messing with that kid. Like I don't know, it triggers something for me like
Yeah, that
hardcore.
was like a legit intense anxiety for you growing up, was something happening to the kids
Yes,
you felt responsible for. Like, no, yeah, I get it.
yes, exactly.
Or
Yeah,
like, the worst one for me, even worse than the funhouse, was the little girl under the bleachers. Because I'm just sitting here like,
yes.
there's a
Oh,
reason that there's a certain very specific parallel between it and real life shit, and it's
yes,
not child
yes.
murderers. Like, it is
No,
child
it's
murderers, but
not.
it's not child murderers. Like, the whole feeding
Yes,
off of children is the aspect I'm sitting there like, that is triggering.
yes.
Like, that is
That
the kind of
that
child
stuff is
peril I can't
definitely
take.
is rough. Oh, Shine mentioned Willy Wonka. That's another one. The old original Willy Wonka. Like I love the movie, but there are scenes in that one that do unsettle me because of not kids that are gonna like die or anything, but it's kids in troubling situations. Like
Hmm.
it makes me feel uneasy.
I think the only one of those kids that got to me a bit was the first time I saw it, and Augustus Gloop was stuck in the pipe. Like, I was
Yes.
legitimately afraid the kid was gonna drown
Like oh, he's gonna freaking drown.
in chocolate.
It also triggered like claustrophobia. I was like, oh shit, I
Little
wouldn't want to
bit,
be in that
a little
situation.
bit. I didn't used to be
Honestly.
I don't think I'm not actually claustrophobic. I like feeling in a small enclosed space. I don't like being
Yes.
stuck. I'm specifically stuck
No.
phobic.
Exactly.
The second
Yes.
I can't get
I
out is
agree.
when I'm gone.
Yes. If I can't move my arms and legs, forget it.
Yeah, like, I think I talked in a previous stream about discovering the hard way that I shouldn't go to the caves in
Yes.
Colorado because my mom accidentally trapped me in the stairs in the cliff dwellings to take a picture. Like, that, I
Uh,
still think about it and I still shudder a little bit because, again, it was just an
yep.
accident. She just wanted to take a cute picture, and in that moment
Well,
I'm
yeah, and
stuck
it's
between the
not
stairs.
something.
Like, mother,
It wasn't
move.
something that you knew to be like a phobia of some form at that point in time.
Yeah,
That was a discovery moment.
I had just happened to get to 27 years old with never being in a situation
You're
where that
like,
came
oh
up.
hell no, I don't like this.
Like, I made it to almost 30 without ever realizing that was a problem for me.
Ugh.
Like an
Yeah.
American Horror Story, I made it to 26 years old without ever realizing that I did not like holes.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
Yes.
the holes, the close together holes, I don't like it. It's specifically on, because the thing that surprised me with it is I didn't expect to have that problem, because we used to have those lilies that would have those seed pods that look like that everybody
Yes.
grafts on as part of their
Yeah.
costume. Um, the second it's not a seed pod anymore, or even
It,
somebody just
so like,
suggests
okay,
it's not.
does like a honeycomb have that effect?
No.
So it's just very specific
Yes.
situations.
Very
Okay.
specifically on flesh, or with too many
Bone
bugs in it.
marrow?
Like,
That's so weird. Okay, fair.
like, because when I first saw the example of the fear, I just saw it and I was like, I don't know what that means. So I looked it up and they're like, this. I was like, oh, and I looked up pictures of this phobia. And I was just scrolling through the pictures, and I know I've told the story before, but I was just scrolling through pictures like, oh, that's interesting makeup. Oh, that's a fun special effects. I can't breathe. And I just
Jeez.
literally was just sitting there like, I did not realize that it affected me like that until suddenly I'm like,
That's funny.
I'm seeing spots, I can't
Well,
breathe, and I have chills going up and down my spine.
yeah, when you see something that triggers a response like that, like you know it.
Yeah. So, like, honeycomb, I'm fine with it. When somebody does a really good makeup job of honeycomb on their arm and it's like fleshy, I can't. I
Yeah.
can't.
That's so weird though.
But
Like it's super contextual.
yeah. But yeah, like, I can handle gory movies. If you do
Yeah.
holes in flesh, especially if there's like bugs in it,
Mhm.
no. Like, there was an episode of Survivor
Yeah.
one year when I was little that I should have seen it coming, but I forgotten about it until after I rediscovered the fear. One woman was sent home because she had such a bad situation on her legs, an infection or something, and they showed it briefly on camera. Like, there was something wrong with her leg to the point that there were, like, bugs crawling in and out of it. And they showed it briefly.
No.
And I immediately was like, I was like, shriek, hide my head under the pillow. It was bad.
No, thank you.
So, like,
that
honestly, I should have seen
unnerving.
it. When I first found out about people who get, like, I forgot what was the name of the torture. It's when you get sealed up in a wooden boat after being force-fed honey and milk for days. And then they just...
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that one. And it's all about the bugs. That got to me when I first heard about that. I was like, oh, that got to me.
Yeah.
So, like, so bugs on flesh and fungus on flesh. Like, I have nightmares of fungus.
Have you seen, oh my gosh, Annihilation?
No.
Okay. You would hate that then. Don't watch that movie.
Okay, noted.
I mean, it's a great movie. I love it. It's so unsettling, but like in a glorious way. But yeah, there's a scene where there's this like cluster of fungus that is basically grown through a person's body, like as they were dying, and like basically use their skeletal frame as like a place to grow on. So it's like this body up against this wall that is just all these different types of fungi and mushrooms now, and you can just see hints of the person's remains. It's so creepy, like
Well,
so unsettling.
Depending on the way it looks, it might be fine because Last of Us
It's
didn't
all
get to
yeah.
me. Last of Us didn't get to
Okay,
me, and they're mushrooms.
Last of Us is really creepy.
It's really creepy, but it was cool looking. Like, some of it is just cool looking to me. Like, gore art is cool looking to me. The episode of Hannibal where there was, like, honey in some guy's ribcage, that got to me. With the bees.
Yeah, that's unsettling.
Like, I didn't like that.
Like Midsummer type stuff.
Kind of. But some gore art though is really, really pretty to me. Like the tree of bodies was beautiful to me. Artists are terrifying, you guys.
Honestly. I'm gonna have to be right back for just a second. I'm also gonna switch over to my PC, so.
Okay.
But yes, I will be back on. Give me like 2 minutes.
No problem. Just gonna be quiet here for a moment while I check the tweets and make sure I didn't miss any questions. Enjoy blissful silent break. No, yeah, Last of Us, very much Stephen King, Super Mario. Yep. Basically, that's the best way I've ever put it. That is the best way I've ever heard it put. Language doesn't work with me. This is why I don't do talk streams unsupervised.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
Hello.
I was just commenting
Alright.
on Shine's. So The Last of Us is really just how Stephen King imagined Super Mario, in my opinion. And I'm like, you know what? That is the best way that I have
That's actually
ever
quite
heard that
accurate.
put.
That's funny.
Hmm.
Kind of true, though.
Very, very.
The
It's the boys.
boys.
The boys.
They look so beautiful. Oh, shit.
Oh
Oh,
no.
my. I told you no. I told you no. I told you mute. It was you talking like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, that was a while ago. Damn.
All right.
So yeah, certain things trigger me, unable being able be. Holy shit. Certain things trigger me
The
being
word.
unable to just completely
Yes.
unable to watch some things.
Yes.
Like in theory, I love horror. I would love
Yes.
to be a horror nerd. I kind of am one. Like I'm obsessed with the idea of
Yes.
scaring the shit out of people. I binged
Oh,
the
yes.
fuck out of Nightmare on Elm Street, all of the Jason movies. I worked my way a little bit through Child's Play before I just got bored. All the like those
Those are very specific genre of horror, though.
slashers though. Slashers, I really really like. The first Nightmare on Elm Street
Yes.
was actually legitimately scary.
Yes.
The remake can kiss my ass.
Yeah.
I hated it. I hated it so much. So much. And one day we'll talk about it, but for now. But like, I want to watch movies like Insidious or the particular, like even just The Woman in Black got to me.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't think Woman in Black was scary at all.
It's
There were parts that were unsettling, but
it,
I didn't find it scary.
it's things that play at my anxiety in just a very specific way where I can't keep watching
Sure.
it because it stresses
Okay.
me out for hours, if not days,
Dude,
if not
I'm
weeks
that way with
after I'm done
slashers,
moving.
though.
Really?
Yes, because okay, so some slasher movies, obviously there's a supernatural element to it. It's like, okay, obviously Nightmare on Elm Street isn't like something that would happen, but like stuff like Scream, like I can't do it because it's like there are people out there in this world that are that fucked up and that could be a real situation.
Oh, well, I didn't watch that.
I can't do it, huh?
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch
Oh,
Scream.
okay. Stuff like that, I can't do it. There was a movie, oh, what was the name of it? There was one where there's like a woman who she's deaf and she's home alone and there's a guy outside her house that's like toying with her and she's having to like try and keep him in sight and he's gonna break in and murder and stuff. And like that just messed me up because it there was just so much anxiety involved and it's like this is a situation that could technically happen and I hate that. So stuff like that I can't do. That's like if I'm gonna do horror, I'm gonna do something supernatural based, or it's gonna be like a creature feature or like some sci-fi alien situation. I love that shit so much. Like it's great. And they still can play off the anxiety of the situation of people being like trapped and people like fighting for their lives and stuff like that. I love that stuff, but I don't know.
No, I hear you.
The slasher stuff can get a little scary for me. In a different way. So.
No, I hear you. To me, it depends on how it's being handled. Like, if it's very clear that the slashers are like a ride, they're like a game, they're like the Mummy ride. You're going in, you're going in because you want to see people that are jerks get ripped apart. That's what makes a slasher. What makes a horror is when it plays on real fear. Like, I'm not actually afraid of an unkillable guy with a machete and a hockey mask.
Yeah, fair.
I am actually afraid of apparently demons because the first time I saw Paranormal Activity, it fucked me up for weeks.
Well, that was such a different take on the genre. That was like groundbreaking for that style of for like that genre, I should say.
Yeah.
So it was something new. get that though.
I lived in an old house that made those noises on its own.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom's response to me going, yeah, that movie freaked me out because our house makes noise, is instead of saying, don't
Thanks,
be
Mom.
ridiculous, was to go, if the only ghosts that are haunting this house are my grandparents, don't worry about it. I'm like, I never met them.
Mom.
They don't
That
know
means
me.
there's ghosts here.
That's not a comforting thought.
Oh dear.
Also, there was like a tiny, by the time we moved out, barely marked couple of graves at the edge of our yard. We didn't know those people. And I
That's a
pointed that
little
out to her.
unsettling.
I'm like, wouldn't it be them? And she's like, oh no, yeah, good point. And then left it there.
Oh.
My mom was the kind of person who could watch a horror movie and like, it's supposed to be a ride. You're scared in the moment and then you're fine. There's certain kinds of horror movies I just can't watch it because it follows me. It follows me to when I'm laying there in the middle of the night and can't sleep. Like, certain episodes of BuzzFeed Unsolved do it to me, where they're at this one haunted location where they just show up. They're like, one person woke up with this gaunt face staring at them, lying next to them on the bed. It was just like a sleep paralysis hallucination, but they showed a drawing, and the drawing fucked me up. Like, just certain, like, for the uncanny thing for me is real. Like, that thing, like, I can't.
Yeah.
Momo, I can't stand it. I can't.
Oh no,
stand
no,
it.
no, no! I hate that. I hate that so much. It's unsettling.
I can't stand Momo. I can't stand, like, the kid in The Grudge scared the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
The commercial scared the fuck out of me. Just accidentally scrolling down and seeing a picture of him scares the fuck out of me. Japanese horror fucks me up.
They're very
They're very good.
Very specific in their
They're very
style.
good. It's like that kind of horror fucks me the hell up. Like, I can't. Because even though it's based in stuff that's like, it's all based on like the embodiments of vengeance and terrible energies, which I don't believe in. It still feels real in a more visceral way than like The Woman in Black, I guess, even though the suspense aspect of that and the fact I couldn't see anything is what got me.
Yeah.
I don't like being strung along and then cold water tossed in my face. That's the way it feels with a lot of horror movies, is I'm being pulled along against my will until something's thrown in my face.
Yeah. That's fair.
Like, it's like being waterboarded to me. Like that haunted house guy where you're basically just paying to be tortured.
Yeah.
Who's been kicked out of various states for that. That's what a lot of horror is to me, and I don't like it. Like,
that's fair.
Yeah. But again, in theory, good horror I want to like. I want to watch it. I want to like it. I want to watch like the psychological shit that's really, really, really well done. But I know that it would fuck me up. Like, I'm almost 30 years old, and I will lay awake at night like, I need a nightlight because I saw this one picture that creeped me out earlier, and I'm an adult. Like, again, literally the other night, I was watching BuzzFeed Unsolved Supernatural. The Men in Black thing, like the real life Men in Black rumors, for a couple of days, it would pop out the back of my head, and I'd be like, that's creepy. When they did the haunted house and the drawing of the guy, that was literally the other night. The drawing of that gaunt face, they put it up on screen. I made the mistake of looking up while he was describing it, even though I knew I shouldn't have looked up. And I saw it, and I immediately was like, we're turning this off. We're going to go lay down in my room and watch Disney movies with my little sun lamp on and the cat locked in the room with me. Like, I'm almost 30 years old, and I did that. It was literally Tuesday night.
Oh my goodness.
That's the reason I fell asleep so quickly Tuesday night, was because I had to hide in my room.
Oh my gosh.
I was hiding in my room.
I thought you were just tired.
I was tired, but one of the reasons is because I was like, it's time to retire to my bedroom now, because there's a big yawning black window to my right in my living room. Slender Man fucked me up. Specifically the Marble Hornets videos. It was the Marble Hornets videos, the found footage stuff, that fucked me up.
Yeah.
Because I was in college with undiagnosed general anxiety, and I had to walk home in the dark from class. Like, the only reason I didn't make one of my senior projects, making Slender Man on a wall out of duct tape when we were doing the duct tape project, is because it bugged me.
Yeah.
Like I could foresee myself being triggered by my own installation, so I was like, I'm not gonna do this to somebody else.
Don't do that. Yeah.
No, like it's just to get another example of just all the things I miss out on because I can't take it.
Yeah.
Like horror is my shit, and I can't watch it. I can read it, I can't watch it.
Reading is different because you kind of have control over how you're gonna imagine things.
Yeah.
At the same time, that can make it worse.
Yes. Very much yes. Like I'm trying to think of the last time. The last time I actually had to put a book down because it scared the crap out of me was when I was little, actually, not even when I was grown. Like Stephen King books read like a fever dream to me. They're kind of fun in that way, so they don't scare me.
Yeah.
But it was when I was 6 years old. I was reading the
Okay.
scene where Harry Potter meets the guy drinking unicorn blood in the forest. Because of the way it was, like, I will give J.K. Rowling very immersive ability. Like, her writing is very immersive in her children's books. I tried to read Robert Galbraith and couldn't get past the first chapter. I hated it. I hated it. It's awful. But when I was 6 years old reading that scene, I put the book down. I specifically hid it under my bed and proceeded to fall asleep and have nightmares.
Yeah.
But that was the last time I was ever that affected by in the horror aspect of a book. Like there's some immersive stories where I will be my head is all up in like this existential terror that they're going through because of whatever peril they're in, and I would look up in class and just look around like, "Oh, you mean we're not in the middle of a war zone?" I mean, it was in 3rd grade, so we were, but I didn't know that.
Right.
all that real world stress I wouldn't think about until being my age now and looking back on it all.
Yes.
Like I was reading
There's a lot that we just didn't realize. Yeah.
Yeah, like just reading through Alison Bechdel's Dykes to Watch Out For. It ran from mid-80s. The book I have was a collection of various strips taken from it runs chronologically from the mid-80s to 2008.
Yeah.
Just watching when they hit the
Yeah.
Bush administration, just
Uh.
all of her content suddenly became so hard. Like not it was still good stuff and there was some good jokes in it, but it was just like it was hard. You're reading it and you're like, I'm sad because I feel this. It is hard. It was just hard to get through because you were reliving all of the shit that you were too young to have even realized was happening at the time.
I was gonna see like it's different to like look back on those situations and be like, technically I was alive during this time, but like none of this.
Like I remember doing mock elections
I was
in
just
school.
a kid and I didn't know.
Because and something that was pointed out is like because specifically the way that at the time people who are our age the age we are now back then, to them Bush was the worst it had been. He was their Trump. And then Trump happened. So like going from like somebody pointed out they were like going from like it was a video about nostalgia about it was specifically about Daria and how you can't make Daria now because of how very weird in specific a decade the 90s was. It was the only decade between Crisis where you could have that cynical idea of when everything's calmed down enough where you're looking around like, yeah, this doesn't work, and then shit starts happening again and you can't stop to think about it. You can't do that now. But people are like nostalgic for the 90s because that was the last time things felt good. Because it was the last time we were like right before that was the Cold War, and then it ended, quote unquote ended. Then the 90s, and then right after the 90s was the Iraq War. Iraq and Afghanistan. So it's like that was the last time things felt good, and we look back on it, and when we look back on the 90s, it's like things will never be that good again. Is the way it feels. That was the last time. But he was pointing out, I was like, we tend to redo things like about every 30 years. we get nostalgic. Like 30 years before, like there was Reagan was the reactionary who used his popularity and stuff and garnered all the hate into his administration. And then after was Clinton, who
Mhm.
was suave and used the nostalgia of his formerly being a hippie, even though he was now a boomer and of the generation who turned their back on the hippie idealistic ideals. Just like not like 90s adults, they made a point of saying, like, if we look at 90s adults, like, you turned your back on the cynicism to buy into it, whereas boomers turn their back on the idealism. Um, so it's like we had Reagan and then we had Clinton, who was like fresh water after shit. It was good enough. It made you feel good because it was a good change. He was funny. He was jazzy. People liked him. He appealed to minority groups. Things got a little better, and the conflict was over. But then you had Bush, and then you had Obama, which was again Bush like maybe not him individually, but definitely his campaign and definitely his cabinet appealing to the worst common denominator of hate and all that shit. And then Obama, who was new, he was different, he promised change and was suave, and he was basically the same thing. He was basically Clinton, but somehow less. I'm not going to take away the credit from what Obama actually did accomplish, but he did not do enough. And then you had Trump, once again, appealing to the absolute lowest common denominator, all the terrible shit. And now recently looking at Biden like, huh. So Trump was like, we re-Reaganed. And Biden's like re-Clinton. So in 2024, are the Republican Party going to run another Bush?
Yeah.
Because, like, people forget how awful Reagan was. How bad things were.
There's
Because
a lot going on.
It did get objectively worse. And it was like just about how the 90s nostalgia was like with Daria, it was feeling trapped by the future, which is where all the cynicism came from. You were supposed to repeat what your boomer parents did, but you didn't really want to do that, but you didn't see another option.
No.
Whereas millennials and Gen Z, we don't believe in the future anymore. So so that's why our humor isn't cynicism. We can't, being cynical is the least, like, being cynical in the 90s was brave. Because you were like, I feel trapped and I'm expressing it. Being cynical now is lazy. Because things suck. We all know that.
It's like default.
Yeah, like the bravery now is continuing to be bright and happy in spite of all of the nihilistic bullshit. Because again, we don't believe in the future anymore. We don't think that we have one. I'm going off on a tangent. It's making me sad. Reading Bechdel made me sad. The last few years of the comic that were in the book, like the first few years, I was like, this is fun. This is interesting. This is really cute and funny. And then she hit the Bush administration and it was sad. And then it ended still in 2008. I'm like, wait, no, I needed a few strips from Obama. Please. Please, something good. Like she ended, like the book ended during the campaign with characters. Like there was this one character, Janice, who you watched go from first presented like a cute this cute little kid who had who liked being more feminine, was obsessed with Harry Potter, and then eventually started like you watched them, they were they were transgender and changed her name to Janice. And then you see her and her mother arguing, like on her mother's side as a black lesbian, sitting there's like, I'm voting for Obama because black power, and on her daughter's side as a transgender little girl was sitting there is like, I want you to vote for Hillary because girl power. And so I'm sitting there like, that's, yeah, I missed on that debate because I was 16. But that was real. And I'm sitting there like, see, you're starting to get into stuff that felt better to look back on again. Can we go back to that, please?
Yeah.
No, it just ended. So now I have to go and find another book of her stuff to wash the end of the Bush administration out of my mouth, because I'm just sitting here watching all of these adults, people of her characters reaching the point in their adulthood where they're like severely disillusioned and then having to go through the recession, and I'm like, this is so depressing.
Yep.
Because sometimes the only strips they had were just nothing but stress. Like, I got to her strip the week of 9/11. It was just a silent strip of just moments where she's like, this is all I can offer you, is just showing the characters reacting to this.
All you can do.
Mm-hmm. And it's still like, I felt legitimately down after finishing that comic, and I'm still looking for something I finished it yesterday, and I've spent the last 24 hours trying to find something else to read next, because I try to read a nonfiction book, a comic book, and a fiction book every day. A little bit from each, because my attention span is goldfish.
Good.
It's not the attention span of a goldfish, my attention span is a goldfish.
To goldfish.
Yes. And also comics read fast, and it's just keeping a variety of different thoughts in my head, and that's just how I work.
It's good.
But I'm still trying to find a comic to replace Bechdel now that I'm done with it. And I don't know what to read next. So I'm sitting here like, I want to look up another book by Bechdel, like another collection of her stuff or another thing she might have worked on, to wash that out of my brain a little bit with something a little, like, I know, like, her shtick wasn't I do light stuff. Her shtick was
I was gonna say
draw a humor strip
she's
that's
not really
based on
known
real
for doing
people.
light
No.
feel good stuff necessarily.
No, and that's not quite what I'm looking for, as much as I wish I could have seen the characters I had gotten attached to have at least one more good day.
Yeah.
Before I closed the book. But it didn't quite get to a one more good day, because they were all in the middle of, when the book ended, they were all in the middle of shit. I'm like, no!
Yeah. Okay, I see. There wasn't really any, like,
Closure. Nope, no closure. Which, granted, it's hard to do with an ongoing strip, because, like, just when one ongoing arc for a weekly strip ends,
yeah, you can't do
there's
closure
5 more
unless
that
it
are
is the
still going
finale.
on.
No, that's why I said reprieve. Like, you're not gonna get closure unless it's, like, the finale, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, none of the arcs end at the same time as any of the other arcs, so, like, there was always gonna be, like, 6 of them still going when you ended one. But I'm sitting here like, I feel like you didn't even end on one!
Yeah.
Which is probably part of it. They're like, okay, now go read the rest, bitch.
Yeah.
Support this artist. And you know what? Maybe someday I will, because I have to see what she did during the Trump administration.
Oh no. Yeah. Whew.
But I also need a break, because one of the characters she introduced was a neocon college lesbian, and I'm sitting here like, I don't care to see the perspective of someone who wanted to be in the CIA and was all about Trump and conspiracy theories, and despite the fact, like, her reasoning for being against the Taliban and stuff was because they executed gay people, and I'm like, that's a valid reasoning, but she would still follow up with, we should stay in the war. I'm like, that's not a good idea. It's like, I don't care to hear her perspective, because I live 12 years later, and it's worse now.
Yeah. Fair.
I understand the point of including a character like that at the time, and also the character was going through, like, a slow arc where she was slowly, it looked like she might have been getting the fuck over it, because she was in college.
Yeah. Right.
But, yeah, because she was also introduced through one of the original main characters, was taught at her school. And she showed up by trying to debate with them over their reading choices and be like, are you trying to indoctrinate me? And the teacher's sitting there like, well, it's incredibly applicable to the situation, so sure. But then ended up, she and the teacher and her partner ended up letting her move in with them, because her parents kind of cut her off after because they wanted her to repent for being gay, even though that was the one thing she wasn't going to do. Even though she for some reason was still keeping a virginity pledge that she signed, because she was raised in an evangelical household.
Oh gosh.
But she was not ashamed of being gay. So it was like this interesting mix of like
Very
example of
interesting
cognitive,
dynamic.
like that cognitive dissonance that people can have. So like again, I understand why she included the character like that. And the professor like gave her a place to live, and she came to talk to her about how hard it is to when your parents don't accept you, kind of deal. So she's like, this kid needs my influence, even though she's a fucking pain in the ass.
Yeah.
So like in 2008, I understand the point of that character being a thing. I don't
Yeah.
care what she thinks now. I don't
Right.
give a shit. Like every time she was on page, I was like, I on principle will not skip this strip, but I want to. to look at the chat to see how the stream was doing. Wait,
Yes.
no! It says no data. What?
What?
Okay, now it's connected again.
That's weird.
Don't know what happened, but I'm gonna say that I fixed it.
Good job.
It's because it's getting a little longer, it starts glitching.
Oh, right, it starts doing that, yeah.
Yeah.
It usually does that. At about the 2-hour mark, so
yeah,
we're past
yeah.
that.
Shine says, see, that's why I don't like Willy Wonka. It's bad enough I had to watch Little Orange Men sing about kids in peril. Now I'm getting over having one as a president for the past 4 years. I just saw it.
Yep. You were in the middle of talking. I didn't want to interrupt.
No, it's fine. I just was looking to check the feed and I saw that and I was like, oh, that's cute.
Accurate.
Yes. Very. I have to move this pupil, quote unquote, pupil down because it's not looking at Lucas.
Yes.
And torn. Come on, let me move it. There we go. There we go. Ta-da! Creeper. The creeper squid.
Shine says just a little corrective eye surgery.
That's funny. Okay. I made a comment in the title for today's stream that we were going to debrief after the first month of 2021. And oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah. It's been an intense start.
All I've been able to think about the last 24 hours is those fucking sons of bitches did it. They did it. They managed to do it. They finally fucking did it. Somebody made me give half of a fuck about the stock market. You did it. I never would have predicted someone would actually do it, but they did it. Fuck you. Also keep doing it.
Yep. Absolutely.
Like, I'm legit mad, but also kind of I'm in this weird state of I'm so angry that I care about this right now, but kind of laughing a bit because it's funny in a very mean way.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Schadenfreude. In the description later. But there was actually I have it in my favorites. There was a person on TikTok who made a video. He goes in, he's talking to his girlfriend. He's like, so what are you doing to the rich people right now? And she says, okay, so because what they did is they shut everything down so no one could buy any more stocks under the impression that would force people to sell them back to them. That isn't what happened. And according to this video, I'm not gonna play it because I don't want to put their stuff on the stream without any permission. But it's at Flapjack Jacob on TikTok. He goes in like, so what are you doing to the rich people? And you can't see her. You just see him reacting. You hear her in the background going, okay, so they're sitting here now like expecting us to sell, but they're under the impression that I was in this for the money. I've never been in this for the money. I'm purely in this. We're not selling because I'm purely in this to eat the rich. And at this point, it's just down to whether or not I have dipping sauces. Because so like after the apps all shut down, the ability to buy GameStop, AMC, and other stocks that the Redditors were started everybody buying that now Canadians are doing, which is absolutely fucking hilarious. Yes. Now they're like, okay, now sell it back. And Reddit is sitting there like, hold the line. don't
Yep.
sell. Because they're not in
Nope.
here to make money. They're in here because fuck you.
Yep.
Like, that's all this was fuck you. And I loved the way she put it. It's like, I'm purely
Literally.
here to eat the rich. And I was like,
Yep.
we are really living it this year. This 2021 is the year of eat the rich. We've been saying it for 4 years. Now it's happening.
Time to get to work.
Like, there's something mildly terrifying about it, because there's been people talk about, like, the next global conflict is going to be class warfare. I'm like, oh, you mean this?
Eh,
You mean like that?
very well.
At the same time, I'm sitting here like, die mad about it. I was literally just complaining about the fact that I have a relative who every time I talk to him, every single time I talk to the man, it comes back around to the fucking stock market. And I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it so much. I was literally just talking about this, how much I was complaining all week about how much I don't care. And then I get up Thursday morning because I missed Wednesday because I was working. I missed this last eventful Wednesday of the month.
You
It
should
must
just like
be
know
Wednesday.
that it should be in your schedule. Like
It should
you know,
be at this point.
honestly.
After the rest of this month, you know what? 3 for 3. I should have written it down. That was on me all month long. It's gonna be in the calendar now. Every Wednesday is circled. Buckle up, it's Wednesday. I'm making the T-shirt, you guys. You think I'm joking?
Do it.
First thing in my store, Monday morning. Buckle up, guys. It's Wednesday, 2021.
Yep.
No, I need to release it on Wednesday. I'm releasing it on Wednesday.
Yes, there you go. But
A portion of proceeds will go to various charities every time, but some of it will go to pay my rent because I am unemployed. I'm not going to pretend that I don't need money.
yes,
But yeah.
money's still required, but it's not everything.
Yeah. Like, I kind of wanted to do a Bernie Sanders thing, but I decided not to. Because while I would make it with the, like, oh, I would want to do this for charity, I can't afford to give income off my stuff to charity right now. I would definitely want to. And if I make something saying I will do that, I will. But, like, I wouldn't be able to keep any of the money from a Bernie Sanders thing. I wouldn't allow myself to do it. But I can't afford that right now. So I left it up to him to do it himself.
Mm-hmm.
You heard about that, right? But, what was I saying? Yeah, they made me give a shit, and I'm so mad, but so amused by it.
Mm-hmm. It's a good thing.
Yes.
Overall. Very.
Okay, questions.
Questions.
Do we have more?
I have to think of them now.
I think I'm yelling. I need to calm myself down. I got excited.
You got passionate.
I did. This is why my mom calls me militant, because I'm not. I am aggressive, though.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a funny story I should tell while you're thinking of something, so there's not, like, silence, and so I don't forget about it. Or do the thing where I'm like, don't forget the story the entire time you're talking. During the construction week of hell, Jess and I were on the way to Home Depot, and we're on the bus, and this old guy gets on without his mask.
Oh, yes.
And we go from being in a good mood, laughing, well, frustrated good mood because, construction. Like laughing and picking on each other, and we just stop and stare. And she like makes comments like, I can feel your blood boiling from here. And I'm just like, yeah. So instead of like I was sitting there like it's all I want to do to yell at this man and say, put your fucking mask on. But instead what we did was we sat there and just immediately, like, just kind of not quietly started discussing the death toll. Definitely where he could hear us. Just, you know how awful it is. Just how many people. Like, a new 9/11 every day kind of amount of people dead.
Yeah.
After about, anywhere from, like, 5 to 12 minutes of this, he put his mask on. So it worked. And we were
That's one
laughing
way to
about
do it.
Yep. We were laughing about that. But then, another man got on who was wearing his mask, but he went and sat down, like, within 2 minutes, right behind the guy who had just for the longest time not had his mask on.
Ugh.
And so I'm annoyed again, and I look at Jess, instantly angry again, like, it's all I want to do now? To just go, oh no, sir, you don't want to sit there. That man was sitting there breathing all over the place without a mask for like 10 minutes. But I didn't, because I have self-control sometimes with strangers. And Jess just looks at me, and then looks at the guys, and then he looks at me, she goes, you know how they say this thing about when you're in the elevator, and you get on, and there's somebody, like, crazy in there, and they're yelling and screaming and stuff, and it's scary? How you should just, like, be louder and crazier looking? I was like, I've heard, yeah. But yeah, because it calms them down, because it freaks them out. Like, they're like, oh, I gotta calm this person down now. You want to know what makes it easier to not get angry about things? When I'm just hanging out with you, and I just look and something makes me mad. I'm just so mad. But then I look over to my friend who is foaming at the mouth. And suddenly I'm fine. It's not that bad.
That's pretty bad.
And they're like, okay, yes, that is the sum of our friendship. I'm an angry person. I'm an angry, aggressive person, people. I seem real nice online, I think. Do I actually seem nice? I never thought about it before.
Feel like you do, but then again, I know you, so I don't know. I don't know what the perception would be of someone who doesn't know you and only ever interacts online.
I know I can be.
I would think so.
I know I'm more diplomatic than a lot of people because I worked in customer service for a very long time. And I made a very specific practice of don't respond to people when you're mad. Also, because I have a petty thing where I want to look like the adult if somebody else ever comes across the chat archive and sees somebody frothing at the mouth at me.
Fair.
Like, I have to come off as the better person to the third party, because the person I'm arguing with doesn't matter at this point. They're a lost cause.
That's probably fair.
But, yeah. That was the story.
Feel that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. A question?
Question. Well, we were talking about movie genres earlier, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Some of your characters' favorite movie genres.
Ooh, oh, that's challenging. Oh, okay. Let's see.
Start with Ro.
Start with Ro?
Oh,
okay.
We'll just go down the line.
Yes. Okay, so with Ro Ro likes comedy. Not like all comedy though,
Okay.
not like raunchy comedy, but like the Mel Brooks kind of comedy. Like that really funny, clever shit.
Yeah. That classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Nice.
to her it's funny because of the work it took to get there. So comedy, and she also has a bit of a thing for action movies, but she won't admit it. Like I'm gonna say the thing that they'll admit and the thing they won't admit. Like
okay.
she
Yes.
loves action
like their
movies.
guilty pleasure.
Yes, like her guilty pleasure is action movies, like bad action movies. Like she actually unironically enjoys the Transformers series because she just thinks it's fun.
I mean, she's not wrong. They're bad, but they're amusing to watch because
They're
of the action
so
scenes.
bad, but they're so fun.
Fair.
But yeah, like they're the ones that's the kind of thing that she will not admit that she really likes is bad action film. But
Alright.
most of the time she's like, I just want to laugh, guys.
That's fair. How about Robin?
Robin loves feel-good cartoons, rom-coms.
I feel like Robin is like a Jim Henson fan, like
Definitely.
Labyrinth or Crystal stuff. Like I feel like she likes like a lot of the retro, like never-ending story type stuff.
Oh, definitely. She's the kind of person, though, she really, really, really loves that stuff, because it's definitely her aesthetic. But what she'll watch more of most of the time is, like, she definitely, the thing she won't admit is she loves Steven Universe.
Why?
Because all of her friends hate it.
Okay. So it's more of like I'm embarrassed to admit that I like this kids show.
Not the kids show, but like, alright, she was in the friend group that started out, they heard how gay it was, and we're like, we are watching it. But then the later seasons happened, specifically Bismuth onward, and they're like, we hate it now. Whereas Robin never stopped hating it. All of her friends that she hangs out with were the ones who were super critical. Where she's just sitting there like, I really like it, you guys. Like, there is a person she works with. They've been named already. We haven't met them. But Tyler, who she works with at the museum program. They, for example, would be a friend who would wax angry poetical about the bad analogy for non-binary experience that Stevani is. In their opinion. I know there's plenty of people who gel with it. I understand that. I gel with a lot in the show too. I gel with just as much in the show as I think isn't that great of an analogy. It's fine. It's fine. But because of my particular background and family and toxic family situations, I despise the way they had all the problems be resolved. I hate it. I hate the problem resolution lessons that they had. That's why I hate the show.
I watched the show, so I'm not familiar. I can't comment on it. So
basically, if you just hug Nazis, it's fine. They'll get better.
I'm sorry, what? No.
If you hug the Nazis.
No. We don't hug Nazis. We punch Nazis.
Yes. I like Steven Universe is an example of what modern day brave outlook on the world is still being that pure good person who wants to just be nice to people in a world the way it is right now. How is that actually brave? While at the same time being part of a problem I keep seeing where I don't think it's actually a good idea for the message in every single children's show to be violence isn't the answer, when sometimes it is. It shouldn't ever be the answer, but sometimes it is.
Sometimes you have to. Like,
yeah, which is why I liked Kipo. Like, in Kipo, they were they leaned very hard on the violence shouldn't be the answer thing. And Kipo hated violence being the answer thing. But she still could see when sometimes violence was the answer. And there was even an episode where they had her explore the whole where she felt like she was about to have to cave to doing something violent. And they were like, how about we do something else? And they also still had to care. Well, you could reach some people arc. Some people can't be reached. They acknowledged that. And I like that. The problem with Steven Universe is they never had the arc where they acknowledged some people cannot be helped until future, which doesn't count. It's an epilogue. It doesn't count as the main show. Like, the show aimed for smaller children should be the one where you put the important lessons in.
Yes.
One of those being is you can't reach everyone. And if your parents are toxic and abusive to you, don't just keep being nice to them because one day they'll get better.
Yeah. Sometimes it comes down to literally setting a personal boundary and just being like, okay, I'm sorry, but like, you can't be involved in my life at this point.
Yes.
And I love you and I care about you, but you know, I just can't. You know.
And I tangented again, and I apologize for that. But yeah, Robin unironically likes stuff like Steven Universe, where it's like, in Star vs. the Force of Evil and stuff like that. She loves that shit. But she always talks about shows like Dark Crystal and Neverending Story, specifically more along the Neverending Story line, because it's still like there's a whimsical aesthetic to it, despite it being pretty dark. Yeah. Because she's goth, but she's like whimsy goth. Like, she likes everything cute, but also a little bit creepy. Like, that's what she likes. She likes that
Yeah.
she falls right into that juxtaposition.
Yep.
Like, she's the kid who would dress up as Marceline for Halloween, but she's actually Princess Bubblegum.
Totally.
But yeah, like fantasy, cute, especially 80s fantasy. Lucas, he's the kind of guy who will always talk about like the documentaries he's watching or the legal dramas he likes or how he's criticizing legal dramas. While never ever mentioning how much he absolutely fucking loves anything about comic books. He will never talk about it, or how much he loves Pokemon.
Boy.
He will never talk about it. He will never talk about it.
Nice.
But he's like, no, I'm going. I'm.
Nerd.
He's like, no, I'm going to law school. I'm an adult.
That's funny.
Yeah. So he's slightly less obnoxious Ted Mosbying kind of guy. He'll always talk about the cerebral stuff he likes that he does legitimately like, but it's a status thing that he likes it.
Yes.
He can't admit to liking something quote unquote silly.
Yes. How dare he have fun things to enjoy? Nice.
It's kind of the juxtaposition between him and Robin is he's the one who's always trying to be serious, and she's the one who's like, I made a rainbow, but instead of sparkles, it's bats.
Yes.
Love it. My chaos children, I love them all.
Right.
Okay, who's next?
Layla.
Oh, no one knows what Layla likes because Layla doesn't talk to anybody. But if you look at her stuff, you will find that she loves 90s TV.
Like
loves it.
sitcoms?
Yes.
Or
She loves Friends. She loves
of course she
Buffy.
does.
She loves Charmed, even though she'll always criticize Charmed. Like, you think she hates Charmed because of the way she talks about its portrayal of witches, but she loves it. The thing she would never admit to is the fact that she has the entire Halloween Town series on DVD.
Nice.
Next.
David?
David? Oh, David. Oh, David. Okay.
Real quick before you get started on that, because Shine left a comment about Layla's history and people having to discover it. Nothing a sneaky internet history search can't figure out. Right, David.
Okay, what David likes. Challenging. Oh, give me a second. He's one of those guys that just kind of when you're hanging out and you want to watch a movie, he's the annoying one who like you ask what he wants to watch and be like, what do you want to watch? I'm good with anything. Because he genuinely is. He genuinely will watch anything somebody else is going to watch. What he will seek out to watch himself is stuff like he likes how-to shows. He likes Mythbusters. He likes random unsolved mystery stuff and occult shit because he thinks it's funny. Because he likes to either, if not try and guess the answer with his own well of knowledge, brag about the fact that he knows the answer.
Fair.
Something that he won't admit to. He won't admit to the fact that he actually has fun watching Pure Flix films. He started watching them as angry watches. Like, he started watching them to hate watch it. But then he realized despite the fact he still kind of dislikes everything about them, they're really fun. Like, he considers them his comedy. Like, he thinks
Oh
it's
dear.
the funniest shit is to sit there and put in God's Not Dead, while everyone else around him is getting so angry. He's sitting there like, this is the funniest fucking thing. I can't even be mad.
Fair.
But he knows how mad people, especially in his community, get about it. So he doesn't
Mhm.
admit to the fact he actually unironically likes it.
Oh dear. Alright, how about Trash Son?
Trash Son, absolutely fucking. He will not admit to liking anything. Not in the way that Layla just doesn't talk about things. Layla's very private. Trash Son will not admit to liking anything because liking things makes you look weak.
Oh my goodness.
But he absolutely loves Marvel movies. He loves anything comics. He loves the old things. He loves cartoons. He
Yeah.
actually unironically likes rom-coms. Anything that is fun, bright colors, or just kind of makes you feel good for a minute, he actually really likes it. But
Aw.
the second anyone walks into the room, it's off. It's off. And if you catch
Buddy.
and if you catch him watching a musical, he will
Oh no.
deny it. He will deny it until the grave. Until your grave, in fact.
Oh my gosh. Oh dear.
Have you ever mentioned what the dragons are a not solid allegory for? I'm sure I've mentioned it once.
You have to me, but like, save it for the stream.
I might save it for, I actually might save it for a while. I might save that. Like, I'm sure I've mentioned it somewhere, and it's not like a secret, but like, I'd like to be able to sit and discuss it at some point. And I've already tangented enough today. She says as if she's not going to do it again.
Oh, that's impossible.
Yeah. It's physically impossible.
Also, Trash Son is in a very bad position, especially considering what he likes. He should be a lot brighter than that.
He will make more sense the more you get to know him.
It does, when you consider everything he's been through and where he's at. Yeah, it makes sense. We're over here making Spaceball quotes in regards to Trash Son. You have to read it.
Oh god, let me see. Yes.
Glorious.
He totally has a collection of free comic book day comics hidden underneath his
Yes.
mattress.
Yes. Good stuff.
All right. I was about to ask who next, but I'm like, oh no, we haven't met them yet.
Good. Yep. We'll just stick with that. How about you as a creator? Talk about your favorite genres. I know we kind of mentioned you like horror movies
Well, fantasy.
earlier, but yes.
Always fantasy.
Fantasy. What's a guilty pleasure then? What's something you wouldn't want to admit to enjoying?
Oh god.
Something that you are just terribly ashamed that you enjoy as much as you do.
I fucking love those.
Oh yes.
What?
I'm sorry. Oz brought up, what about Penelope?
Penny! Everyone forgets Penny, including me!
Oh, poor Penny hasn't been included in the story for a long time.
I know! I feel so bad!
Okay.
Penelope.
Alright, we'll do Penny real
Okay.
quick and then you have to answer yourself.
Penny likes Doctor
Good job,
Who.
Oz.
She likes Penny likes a lot of BBC shows like Doctor Who and Merlin.
Ooh,
She's the
yeah.
kind of person who would have really liked Sherlock or Supernatural at first. But then when they went down the rabbit hole that Moffat keeps doing, where he realizes his fan base are women and he punishes them for it. She keeps finding herself like that's what her tastes are that kind of thing. She keeps finding herself in shows and stuff that punish her for liking them. Like
Yep.
she will, and the thing she won't admit to is Supernatural was on that list because she feels like as the only not magical person in her friend group, she's not supposed to like stuff like that.
Oh.
Because it's not kind to magical people.
Yeah. That's fair. Okay. So back to you and your guilty pleasure.
Me and my guilty pleasures. Okay. Well, I already talked about the slasher thing. That's what I like. That's like your shit movie that you go watch when you just want to watch
that's
something
you
fun.
genuinely enjoy.
Yeah, I genuinely enjoy that. The thing that I am loath to admit is B-movie, like all those Alligator v Anaconda shits. I went through once in college. I found as many as I could, and I watched all of them.
Oh no.
You could not make me watch another one now. You could probably pay me to do it, but you couldn't make me sit there with food or drink as
That
bride.
doesn't count as a current guilty pleasure then. That's a past
But
guilty pleasure. I'm talking right now.
Love those movies.
If you won't watch them now, that doesn't
I'm
count.
trying to think of one now.
Does not count.
I can't stop watching documentaries on cults and shit, but that's not guilty as much as I just can't stop.
No, yeah, you like those.
I think I'm too old to have a guilty pleasure. I've given up on feeling bad about things. What?
Well, there is that.
Yeah, there's that. Ooh, okay. It's not a movie, but I still really like the Night World books, even though I recognize that they are objectively bad.
Yeah, I don't know what those are, so.
Good.
Oh dear.
I was gonna say True Blood, but no, not even that. I hated that by the last season. No. I legitimately can't think of anything. I gave up on feeling guilty about shit. The only thing I could think of was those B movies. Because they're just so bad, and I refuse to watch them now, but it's like, I still love the ones that I watched.
Oh dear. It's funny though.
I think it's one thing it might be is that it's just so hard for me to find things to engage with that I just don't have as wide a selection enough to have like the same kind of guilty feelings.
Nobody got time for that.
Yeah. Like I have a limited amount of mental real estate to take up here. Trying not to tiger stripe this while I'm at it. But yeah, these are the tendrils in their final form. This is the design. I love it.
I love it.
I can't wait to redesign that page. Oh god, it's gonna be tedious and annoying, and I'm gonna be so mad while I'm doing it. You're gonna have me texting you like, I hate it so much! But yeah, exactly. Fun trivia fact, the final design only finally occurred. Yes, in when I was redoing episode 1, that's when I figured out what I wanted to do with it, but it was such a small glimpse of it that I wasn't sure how it looked until I was designing the enamel pin for the Kickstarter. Yes. And I was like, oh no, yes.
Okay.
Lead in.
Stuff.
Do you ever get a thing where you'll be like doodling on something, but the last time you doodled that specific thing, you were watching a certain movie or something, and now when you're drawing it again, you can't stop thinking about that movie?
It's music. It's music for me. I'll be listening to a specific song. And so anytime I think about one specific feature or trait or whatever it was I was drawing, like that song is playing through my head.
I was watching The Good Place again when I was doing the Kickstarter work earlier this month.
Nice.
Yeah. I was working on the pin design while finishing the last couple of seasons for the second time. So I'm just thinking about The Good Place.
Nice.
Why am I including that dot? It's not going to be visible behind his head. What am I doing?
You're just making sure you stay consistent with the design.
Yeah, sure that. I'll say that. I'm not myopic and obsessive.
Not at all.
I know, it's fine. We're cool. Mini tangent, but the first time anyone ever told me that I was cool, I about had an aneurysm. I was like, I'm sorry. Excuse me? Me. This person. Pardon.
Oz says, but you'll know it's not there if you don't put the dot.
Exactly.
Might as well put it there even though no one's gonna see it.
That's exactly it, though. I can't
Anyone
let it
who
not
watched
be
the
there.
stream will know that there's a secret dot there.
The secret dot.
Secret dot.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so we did movies. Genres like guilty
Soda, we
pleasure.
did that. I'm trying to I want to ask personal questions, but I don't want to get into potential spoiler territory with some of them because I know that you, even personality wise, there's stuff to be addressed.
I'll put it
down
this
the
way.
line
You
for
can
some
ask
things,
me
so.
anything. Like, if you think that the question itself isn't spoiler, you can go ahead and ask it. And
No,
if
because
there's a
this
spoiler,
is the normal OC shit stuff, and I don't want to do that.
you want to type it in the Discord and see.
No, it's fine.
Now I want to know what the question is.
Well, it's not a specific question. It's I keep thinking of questions that I would normally ask on Curious Cat and stuff like that, but
Oh.
that kind of stuff isn't really
That's hidden
fitting,
through
I guess.
nobody looks at Curious Cat. I mean, plenty of people look at Curious Cat, but nobody that follows me looks at Curious Cat, apparently.
You don't really advertise it, so.
Well, you know what? I'm
you
bad
kind
at
of
it,
throw it
okay?
up every now and then, but yeah.
I'm not good at marketing.
Okay, here's one. Okay. Any of your characters have really annoying nicknames that they absolutely hate?
Oh. Well, I mean, the answer is yes. The question is who and what.
Yes.
Right, start naming people, because I'm going to need you to be specific.
Just start with Ro.
Ro?
We'll go down the line for each of these.
Oh, no, that's easy. That's Rosie. If anyone calls her Rosie or Anna, she hates it. She hates it. She absolutely fucking hates it. You might
hates it.
You might get punched in the throat.
Yikes. Absolutely do not use it.
Yeah. Rosie, Anna, or her own name. Don't use it. That's a common thread for some characters of mine. It's just it's a mood for me, and I project it a lot.
Is that a personal thing for you then?
If anyone I know in real life is anything other than a professional situation or a teacher calls me Cassandra, I will punch him in the throat. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it.
You're not a Cassandra, you're a Casey.
Yeah. I mean, when they named me that, they were like, she's not a Cassandra, she's a Casey. That was my mom's thing.
Why did they name you that?
Because they were like, she'll grow into it.
What?
So they're like, oh, her name is Cassandra, but we'll call her Casey. They're like, oh, let's name her Casey. No, wait, come back. We're gonna name her Cassandra and call her Casey, and she'll grow into it. And I never did.
No, that didn't happen. You're like, nope, Casey all the way.
Maybe that's why I couldn't get as tall as my mom. I was sitting there like, I can wear her shoes. I'm gonna get as tall as my mom. Her after two
Gosh.
kids size shoes. But then but it's like somewhere in my subconscious, they're like, oh no, honey, you can't grow into that name. It's not gonna happen. We won't allow it. So I stopped at 5'4".
Oh, I don't know what my problem was then. It's funny.
See,
Okay.
your amount of pure intimidating aggression can only be contained in a package of your size.
Yeah, sure. It's probably
It is
true, though.
nowhere near as effective at any other scale.
That's fair. Ugh. Ugh. All right. So,
Hobbit
Robin
Barbarian cannot exist at 5'3".
Ah, absolutely. No, it's got to be condensed.
Yep.
Hobbit Rage.
Yep. If you were
like I will
taller,
have to
then
play
it would
Hobbit
just be anger issues.
It would. It would just be anger issues. It's not many anger issues. Many, man. It's many anger issues. There we go. I don't
It's
know.
like now
when
if you get angry at somebody, they just gonna look at you and go like, she has all the reason in the world to be mad.
Oh yes. I've had friends over 6 foot tell me that I was genuinely more terrifying than anyone that they knew their own size just
See?
because of that.
See? Like, because
it's like that Chihuahua factor. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, they are 10 times more savage than any Great Dane.
Exactly. No, a big person, they get annoyed at best. Like, they can break you, but like a big person mad, it's gonna fade, they're gonna stop being mad, it's gonna go away, it's over. A small person mad, they have nothing to lose.
Nope.
They have nothing to lose. Small people are crazy.
It's so true, though.
And even though I'm taller than you, I was the smallest person in my school.
You're still considered like on the small side.
I am still considered small, like generally. Yeah. But where I was from, I was the second smallest person in my school. There was one person who was smaller than me, and I only achieved taller than her when I hit a growth spurt.
Oh my gosh.
So no, like the rage, it's real. It's real.
Very real. Part of that comes from the fact that no one fucking takes you seriously when you're like around 5 foot or under or whatever. Like, it's like you have to. Like,
if you're
I'm
not
a freaking loud person. I am so fucking loud. And it's because like that's the only way like someone's gonna either pay attention to me or they're gonna take me seriously.
Yeah, if you're not loud and fucking terrifying, no one looks at you. They go, "Aw, cute." No, you have to be ready to bite their hand off at the wrist.
Absolutely.
Literally.
They're losing that hand. That hand is gone.
So put it over here again. Put it over here again. See what happens.
Ugh. Pat my head one more time. Fuck around, find out.
Oh god, my ex-boyfriend used to pat me on the head, and no matter how many times I said, "Don't fucking do that," until I punched him in the stomach.
Absolutely,
Don't
dude.
hit people. But I punched him for it.
If it's something you have expressed you do not like, they continue to do it. Yeah, that's what happens.
Yes. That is just what happens.
That was one of the reasons, like, that is how I knew, like, my husband was, like, for me, because, like, he would talk about how cute I was, but, like, like, this is such a stupid thing. He equally, like, praises how terrifying I can be, and for me, I fucking love that. Like, he talks about me like you know how some guys like treat their girls like they're their Disney princess and stuff. He treats me like I'm the Disney evil queen that is gonna like dominate the world, and I love that. It's like so stupid, but I like it. Yes. I feel like Maleficent, not Cinderella.
Cool.
So anyway, yes. Moving on to Robin next, I guess.
Robin? Well, she does have a nickname. Everyone calls her Bobby. Like, that's in comic.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Yeah.
But she likes that, right?
Yeah, that's like normal for her.
It's not like it's not a hated nickname.
No, she loves that. Mostly because she's just kind of agreed to let it happen at this point. What she hates is she hasn't gotten it since she left San Francisco. But something that used to come up a lot was she would get called Little Bird
Oh.
because she's small.
She's Robin.
Yes. Like she does have the small anger issues, but she pretends she doesn't because she wants to be cute. She has decided to accept the cuteness, but the rage is still there.
The small sweetness.
Yes. It's like the rage is still there. She's like, when it's my idea, it's okay. Also because I'm gay, so I make it work.
Yes.
It's different to be a small gay. It is a very different experience.
It is.
I didn't know I was queer when I was developing my small rage, so it was not fun. But being the small gay is very different.
Yes. It's a whole different level of aggression.
Yep. But yeah, like she used to get called Little Bird a lot, especially at Sesame Street age. There was Big Bird and she was Little Bird. They call her Little Bird because her name was Robin and she had yellow hair. Well, technically it's platinum blonde, but yeah.
Yes.
And it is natural, by the way.
Aww. Natural blonde.
Yes.
Interesting. I did not know that.
She gets it from her dad.
Aww.
One day, their families will be seen. Like, these are not people who just exist in New York without any sign of their families.
They will be shown eventually.
Yes.
Aw. Ryan says he's had short coworkers who he admired because they did a hella good job in retail. That's why I refrain from using too many short jokes. ... Except with my short OCs. Well, OCs are always fair game, so.
It's different when it's an OC because then you just get all that, like, it's my turn feelings.
Yep. Yep.
Like, making tall characters, especially tall male characters, calling everybody tiny. I love it.
Yes. It's a guilty pleasure. Not even a guilty pleasure. It's a pure pleasure of mine.
Yes.
I always make fucking characters because not that way in real life.
Mm-hmm.
It's my outlet.
Both my outlet and it's hot. Again,
And
how would you tell if the artist is bisexual? Everyone is hot.
Yes. Okay. Lucas is next? No, Layla's next, then Lucas.
Layla considers mispronouncing her name on the same to be par with nickname. So she hates it when people mispronounce it. Yeah.
Don't call it the wrong name.
So she doesn't. So she would add that, and she would also say, "My boyfriend tried to call me Lily once. He didn't do it again."
I can't see that going well.
So the thing about her is, like, she wouldn't say anything. She would just look at you. And just keep looking until you apologized.
I can see this.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds terrifying.
Like, I kind of love her. Like, the arc I have in mind for her is based on stuff that's, like, let's just say I find where she's at right now deeply annoying. But I love her. I love her.
She hasn't, I mean, you haven't shown the growth and development for her yet, so it makes sense that she would be, like, in an imperfect state. I mean, characters are always going to be imperfect, but it's, like, literally
that's
imperfect.
Just where
like,
she's
you're
at
not,
right now.
You're not really supposed to, like, super like her at this current time.
Yeah, she's right now, she is, her role is her influence on everyone else. We have not yet reached the focus on her, which, probably won't really come up in Pure until episode 4. So long form now. Webcomic time. 'Tis murder.
It's very different. So Lucas.
He doesn't like being called Lou, even though everyone still does it.
So it's one of those that he tolerates.
Yes. And he did get
It's
into
not
a
his
fight. And he did get into a fight, the one fight he ever got into in school, because someone called him Lucy.
Oh no. That's fair. I think I'd fight over that one if my name was Lucas and someone tried calling me Lucy.
That was also the first time someone told him to be a lawyer because he was sitting there in the principal's office like, in my defense, I was harassed.
Bruh, he was born for it.
Yeah, he's the only person in the cast who has any sense of reason. Like, not the only, but he's the main voice of reason, despite the fact that he does not understand anything that's going on right now. That was not the color for your hair. Oh no. That was David's hair. David his hair is made of 2 different colors. There's a light and then there's the dark gradient that I put in. Originally it was going to be like jet black with the lines white, but it was taking me so long to do that out of sheer laziness. So I was like, nah, the gradient, let's try how that looks. Just experimenting around, because I didn't like it when his hair was too dark gray, and I didn't like it when it was too light. Because I didn't want to, like, it's more of like a blue tone, as if you can see on the color wheel. His hair is in. But because I didn't want to dip into the, for some reason, dark green looks jet black kind of look, because it didn't go well with the rest of his palette. And, like, I wanted you just to be able to see the lines of the way his hair worked. So I just experimented with the gradient, and I just liked how it looked.
Yeah. Makes sense.
It also allows his, like, there's a lot of, both he, Lucas, and Trash Son all are in the whole, like, dark brown, black hair category. But it's all different colors and all different looks. Like, Lucas has that shiny black. Already. Yeah. It's like Lucas has that shiny black going on. David's got that fluffy black going on. And Trash Son has that, closer to brown. Well, he's technically fluffier, but he's not there yet.
Yes.
It's different.
Yes.
I think it was very important to me that everyone have very different palettes, even just if it's a couple clicks off. Like, no one could have the same palette.
That's good. Even, like, subtle differences still make a difference.
Also, something that I like about Lucas is his eyes canonically are listed as brown, but the color I use is actually really, really dark green, just so they look like a different color brown than Robin's.
Yeah.
And even more different than Penelope's.
I like that.
Okay, and try this. Come on. Circle from the crown of the head. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on. Nope, the other way was better. Good enough. Hello? Oh, you got an email. All right. Nest.
Nice.
We can't ask about Trash Son, although there's a lot to be said about things people call him.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. Some of it
Does he dislike
well
being
earned.
called Smog?
Yes. He dislikes the dragon jokes. No, I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to say that. Yes, he doesn't like it.
Yes.
He generally just doesn't like anyone talking in his direction, period. But he especially doesn't like the dragon jokes.
Aww.
And with David, As long as it's not a nickname based on his name, he doesn't care what you call him. Like if you call him Davy or D or anything like that,
Yeah.
you're gonna find the one moment of the day he's not smiling.
What about Dave? He doesn't seem like a Dave at all.
He might laugh, but he doesn't like it. Just because of how absurd it is.
Just feels like an old man name compared to him. Like, you have to wait until I'm at least 50 before you ever call me that.
Yeah.
Davy, yeah, hell no.
Yeah.
Wise.
And Penelope,
Pretty.
because we can't
She
forget
was
her
my
again.
penny, so.
Yeah. Pen or Penny.
Hmm.
Pen is the one who has yet to come across a nickname she didn't really like, because things
Hmm.
people have called her that she didn't like were they weren't trying to give her a nickname.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Because I recently rewatched Wreck-It Ralph, I can't help but somebody like watching that movie and then calling her Vanellope.
She would be very confused for a moment until you finally explain. Like, she would be sitting just like looking at you so confused, but not wanting to say anything about it because she's like, "Is it rude for me to ask if you have a speech impediment?"
Fair.
Because as we
As it's
established,
common.
yeah, as we established in her brief scenes so far, advocating for herself, she doesn't do it.
No.
So like
Get
she
better on
yeah, no, she kind of anything that would have been enough where she would have said something about it was like bad. Everything else she just kind of either let it happen and eventually just stop being annoyed by it, or people would
Yeah.
just shorten her name and that was it.
Yep.
Or it would be like her parents calling her Mija or something like that, which is
Yeah.
that's special.
Yes.
So yeah, she's the only one who's like, I don't think I have a nickname I don't like.
Oh.
Oh wait, that's a slur.
Yeah. Those are different.
Yep. I love
Let's
finding
see.
out I'm on the wrong layer.
No.
Luckily, I lock the line art so I can tell when the fill bucket doesn't do anything.
This is good. I don't know. Shine, Oz, do you guys have any questions?
And now we wait for 5 minutes until the stream catches.
Mm-hmm. Basically.
It doesn't have to be about the characters either. It can be about me, about my artwork. Trade secrets.
Trade secrets, yes. My brain is not functioning today.
I'm still recovering from the fumes.
I'm a little tired. Oh gosh.
Remember when lead was a thing? I remember I discovered the lead trend because I finally had internet, and then it stopped almost immediately.
Oh. Ooh. Yes, the trash sun shirt.
Yes.
Oz says he's brain dead. You can't ask him for questions. Damn it, Oz.
Fair
What are you
enough.
here for? I'm gonna need this shirt. I can tell you that. No. Okay.
What?
Shine asks, alright, your characters discover a meteorite from outer space, spoopy stuff. For whatever reason they interact with it. What horrible thing do they turn into? What?
Oh no.
I don't even know where to begin.
I know. Where do I start with that? Oh goodness.
Would they even interact with something that they found from outer
That
space?
can be the beginning question: is would they even?
Would they? Oh.
Welp.
And then after that, Oz has a question, but I'll wait.
Okay.
Start with the line. Would they even investigate?
There are a couple who would. And then a couple... I don't like the background there, no. Okay. So, Lucas would not go anywhere near it. He'd be sitting there like, no, I want to go in the other direction, you guys. We're going to go in the other direction and call NASA or the CIA or the FBI or somebody. We're not going near it. And surprisingly, Trash Son would be on his side.
Yeah.
And then everybody else would go up to it, but for different reasons. David and Layla would want to go up to it because they'd be like, well, clearly we have to figure out what the fuck this thing is and what it's going to do. We're going to check it out. David would be able to get the closest to it.
Yes.
Robin would go close because she's like, I want to touch it. And literally only the fact that David got to it first kept her from touching it. Penelope is approaching because she's staying with her girlfriend, so she can grab her before she touches it. And Rose going up to it to watch David, so if something pops out and eats him, she can kill it.
I can very much see all of these.
Meanwhile, Lucas is in the car, banging his head against the wheel, trying to talk himself into driving away and leaving them there, but he can't do it. That is how a meteor would go. As for what they would turn into, I don't even know where to begin. Like, David wouldn't be affected. Ro is shaky because I can't truly answer the question or deny the answer to the question without spoilers.
Yeah.
Let's just say it's shaky. If something happened to anybody, it would probably happen to Penelope because she's the...
Oh, she's the poor unlucky child.
Yeah, she's the poor unlucky one who doesn't have, like, magic plot armor from stuff like that.
Yeah.
Literal magic plot armor.
It's true. Alright, Oz asks, okay, what's the approach to different zombie movies? Do they prefer virus-based or arcane zombies? Who would be on each side of the debate? I love this debate. This is an old debate. I used to be a huge zombie nerd. Still kind of am, but I'm quite passionate about this.
What? You're into zombies? Looks at Reavers. No!
No, not at all.
Okay. So, Chino. His dinner alarm went off, so now is the time when he is in front of the mic.
He's like, food. I heard the song.
Yeah,
I have been summoned. Feed me.
He's backing up into the mic. His tail is on it.
Buddy.
Chai. No one wants to hear if cats can fart. Get down. The answer is yes, and it stinks.
Yes. It's horrible.
He used to have such bad gas when he was a kitten because he would eat so fast.
Oh, buddy. Buddy, no.
Oh, did you electrocute your nose? I'm sorry.
Alright, so how does Ro feel about zombies? And which
Okay.
is the better version?
Well, being in an urban fantasy is they're kind of the scale between which one they would say is the thing is a little skewed.
Well, we'll say in media, in pop culture, what is their favorite depiction of zombies?
Favorite depiction, okay.
Let's say forget anything that resembles the undead or zombies that would actually exist in a pop culture setting. What would be their favorite depiction?
All right. So, try now. Leave it alone. Lucas, of course, likes the science ones because it makes sense to him.
Yes.
Try stop it! Stop. Stop it. Get some help. If there was noise, I apologize. He was trying to pull the felt cover off the mic in revenge for making him wait for his dinner.
I can hear him.
Yeah. Lucas, of course, likes the science depictions as long as the science is sound. He's of the opinion of the less you try and make it scientific, the more scientific I can buy it being.
Yeah, you kind of fill in the blanks.
Yeah. Because he finds the magic variety inherently terrifying.
Yeah.
Even if the science variety to him is more existentially terrifying, because then he starts going like, this could happen stage. Because he's still of the mind where his first instinct is when he sees magic is to disbelieve it until somebody smacks it in his face. That will always be his tendency, because he just can't help it. Yeah. He's like, I will refuse to believe until I can refuse no longer, because I am not making these leaps on my own. And so yeah, he's on that side, and he tends to think that the ones that are scientific or at least don't say or try and ground themselves more, he finds them more fun. Like he legitimately likes The Walking Dead. At least the amount that I've seen that I can say that he likes. I haven't seen the later seasons.
Okay. About Ro.
Ro is torn. She will go off on a tangent about, I don't care which method it is, as long as it's a fucking good movie. I mean, sometimes it's just stupid. It's like, who cares if a witch did it? You still should have been able to stop that. And she just would not engage with the question. She's too busy arguing about something else. So no one asks Ro.
Nope. Alright, so Robin.
Robin thinks that the magic one is better, because if it's science, she doesn't think that it's believable that it would get that far, because she thinks that witches would fix it. But if it's magic, she's like, I can believe us not being able to deal with that. She thinks magic is the band-aid for non-magical problems.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Layla doesn't know why the question is being asked. She doesn't get it. She doesn't get it. She also would not engage. She's just kind of sitting there like, what do you mean, which is that? And just kind of trails off and just stares at Ro while she's ranting about not the topic. So those cousins do not engage with the question.
Yeah. And David?
David, he likes the magic type because that's the kind that to him is quote unquote real.
Yes.
And he'd be the one who would argue, he's like, well, it's all kind of magic if you think about it, because real science doesn't do that. And like the fungus and stuff that does that for like ants and stuff, we don't call that zombies. Real zombies are based in magic. So if it's gonna be zombies by the name zombies, it has to be magic. And that's how he would do it, because he's gonna be myopic on that point.
Yes.
Penelope, doesn't care. She just wants to watch the movie. She's sitting there like, why is it still paused? I love all of you, but can we please just watch the movie? I want to watch like whatever his name is, shoot another zombie in the head, and I want to see Emma Stone be badass. Can we please? Can we please? I just want to fantasize about me being the one to put her hair behind her ear. Can we please? But this is all internal monologue. She's just quietly sitting there petting the cat, pretending she's not mad.
In Trash Son.
In Trash Son. Oh goodness. Trash Son thinks that it should be science for the exact opposite reason that Robin thinks it should be magic, because he doesn't think the witches would be able to solve that. Whereas if it were magic, the witch did it. And it's not scary, it's just irritating.
Yeah.
And also illegal among witches.
I can relate to that. Yes. Feel that.
Yes.
All right. I do have another question that was actually asked on Twitter.
Ooh, we got a Twitter question?
Bun and Cheese. Yeah.
Ooh, Bun and Cheese.
She asks what your biggest inspiration is when it comes to world building in Saints Quarter.
Oh goodness. Oh my. Went right for the jugular.
This was from Bun and Cheese. I can't remember if I actually said that.
You did. Let's see. Greatest inspiration for world building in Saints Quarter. Well, I discussed earlier how a lot of what the amalgamation of all of my favorite things, basically, that my stuff tends to be, but with Saints Quarter specifically, the biggest inspiration for it is honestly, there's a little bit of that amalgamation of everything I've ever read or ever liked, but it's, a lot of the way I make decisions about it is very much rooted in, it's all about the characters. The way that the magic works, the kind of creatures they come across, and the way the world is put together is specifically about the characters. It's about things that they're dealing with in their lives. And about things they would be dealing with in real life in place of it. So my inspiration is taking something I don't know how to deal with, having my characters deal with it, and it's also made of magic. Like, reevaluating your opinions on certain basic fundamental facts of the world, what you think is real or not real, what you believe in, or your decisions politic. Some of that is in Lucas learning about magic, seeing that it is real, and having to unlearn his lifetime of thinking that it's not, and of saying that it's not, where his cousin could hear him, and being kind of a butt to her about it when they were growing up. Like, that is his deal with that. Realizing that it is real, it affects him, it is connected to him and his family, and just trying to enter the quote-unquote real world that he has thus far not been living in. Which can be applied to a lot of different things in real life. From as simple to growing up to reevaluating, like you said, your beliefs or politics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or to discovering that a relative of yours is gay and you didn't ever engage with the idea of that being real in your life before. Whereas with Lucas, it's not quite that kind of allegory, even if you can kind of see that in there, because he himself is bisexual. Like, he does not struggle with that idea. So, yeah, the way I'd have to put it is, like, it's...
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just gonna say, so the way I put it is, it's all inspired on real shit that I decided to turn into something magical.
It's good. Nice.
What were you gonna say?
Don't remember.
Oh no. You were saying, I guess, before I started speaking.
Guess. I don't remember. It's gone. Oh well.
I see.
It wasn't
what I
anything. It
did.
wasn't anything super important.
Aw.
I'm
certain that I don't believe that, but we'll see.
I don't know. Love their color palettes.
There we go. Just getting the fucking highlight to his hair was a pain in the butt. I was on the wrong layer again and then had to make sure that I didn't accidentally change the line art because that would end up looking weird.
Oh no.
To me anyway. His hair's so dark that no one else would be able to tell. Like, some pages I don't bother coloring in the line around his iris because of how dark it is. But it bugs me when I don't, so most of the time I still do, even though it's virtually black and French is black.
Yeah, you really can't, unless you look super close, you really can't tell.
Yeah.
For a long time I thought they were just black.
Yeah, like I'd have to show you on the color wheel that it's not, because it's only 5 clicks above black.
It's very, very, very close.
Yep. Okay. His little blue tank top.
Tank top.
Alright, have to color the squid monster. This is always fun because it's always a pain in the butt.
Yes.
It's like 6 different colors. Right, we're starting with You know what? I'm going to use the spray tool because that's easier.
Ooh.
Okay, so still connected to his arm is still that dark tattoo color. Then we go into purple. Purple. That middle purple there.
I do love the purple.
That is not the color I wanted to use. Ah. Alright, and spray purple. Throw in that gradient there. Hello? Hmm? Oh, my phone got another message and I was like, hello, who 'tis?
Oh, yes.
Because I can't not do that.
It says Lucas here is looking very cute and in danger with that supernatural attention on him. That was a little bit.
Hey, Lucas sitting there like, I'm in danger. It's my new favorite meme because I keep thinking it this year.
I love that one. Yep.
I will say in the context of D&D and not real life, because also real life, which is less funny.
Yeah. IRL, not quite so funny. Indie, very funny.
Very funny. Very funny and Dinda. Dindy. Dindindy. One of the reasons I need somebody on with me when I draw is to spare people from the random noises that I just make, like popping my lips like I just did.
Oh, I'm no better about that. I do it all the freaking time. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. It's just I caught myself doing it. I was like, oh, imagine 2 hours of random that every now and then. Okay, where was I? It's gonna go here.
It's so pretty.
So pretty.
So pretty.
Wrong layer. This layer.
Yep.
So many squiggle.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Tends too big.
I love that.
Hmm?
It looks so pretty. It's just like so satisfying. I don't know. I just really like it. It just looks so cool. Like the gradient from like the black of the tattoo to like the really vivid purple, like the bright shiny part. It's just very visually appealing.
Yeah, David's design is the most pain in the ass, but the most fun.
He's so pretty though.
He's a very attractive man.
Yes, he
Very
is.
nice aesthetic.
Yes, quite.
And we're going to soft erase that outline slightly down here. There we go.
Shine says, as Bob Ross would put it, we're just gonna give this guy here a nice little friend. We'll call him Keith. Keith. Keith is a great name. Well, I don't know why, but for some reason, names like Keith or Kevin just cracks me up as a name.
It is
Part of
just
that
one of
comes
those
from the
names
fact
you
that
like.
I have an absolute dork of a cousin named Kevin, who I love dearly, mind you. We're very close, but the name just cracks me up so much.
God, Kevin.
Anyone
Jesus,
actually
Kevin.
named Kevin, I love you, but Kevin's just a hilarious name.
It's fun to yell, to say it angrily.
Kevin!
Damn it, Kevin!
Kevin.
You know what? He's so purple that I can't do blue and pink as the background. It has to pop. Too much purple. We will do like a little bit of blue, maybe, like a sky. No.
Like, do like really like light faded bicolors.
Yes.
Kind of like what you've got going on already.
The council has spoken.
Council has spoken.
I'm going to start with the flag as is and then lighten it from there.
Yeah, there you go.
Purple. In a...
Wait, you still tie in the blue and the purple.
Yes.
Maybe it's a nice pink in there too.
I don't know what palette to use for this. Random bi-flag colors. There it is.
There it is. So for real though, it's such a pleasing color combo.
It really is. It matches anyone's aesthetic. Like, that's something that me and my old boss used to talk about, how she's like, it really is singular how the bi-flag just works with any aesthetic. Like, I can wear it when I want to be cottagecore, I can wear it when I want to be cute, I can wear it when I want to be hella goth.
Real though.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so versatile.
Yes.
It just works.
And we're going to... Well, I was also going to make the tattoo glow a bit, so let me do the glow.
Yeah, and then see
before.
how that. Then you can adjust the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I just have to
Are
make...
you gonna write Happy Valentine's Day on it or no?
I haven't decided yet. I was either gonna doodle little hearts in the background, like all faint, or write Happy Valentine's.
Works. Yeah.
Because, like, while I like drawing art of my own characters in February for Valentine's Day, I do not like acknowledging Valentine's Day. Because I'm bad at
I hate Valentine's Day, but I like...
Yeah.
It's fair. The holiday itself, let's be honest, is like stupid. It's very commercial, and the whole idea of like pressure of what it is just stupid.
It is the anti-Casey holiday.
But I get it being like... Yeah. I think the thing I hate the most about it is like everyone focuses on the romantic portion of it, and I think that's stupid because there's far more different types of love out there. And trying to have only one specific day to like express that to people you care about is just kind of stupid. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reasons to rant about it. Chloe tendrils. So pretty.
Yeah, tendrils. Alright, so I've expanded that a little bit. Yep. Not enough of a bit, though. Damn it. Glows need a very carefully sized area of resonance is the word I'm going to go with, but it's not the one I was looking for. Alright, filter, blur, Gaussian blur, 25.
Nice.
How about 50? A little better. Filter, blur. Gaussian blur, 50. Why does it always reset to 6? Okay, so that's on screen, but the color's too dark. What I'm gonna do is lighten that bitch up. Ooh, purdy. Oh, there we go. Oh, yes. Ah, no!
Nice.
Forgets to lock layer. Okay.
Do not forget.
Nope. The fun thing about Manga Studio versus Photoshop is when you erase a locked layer, it still erases instead of switching to the background color, which I can, depending on the project I'm working on, I can never decide whether or not I like it better that way. What am I doing? Might not do this the easy way. Because I love pain, that's why.
Nice.
And just blur, glow out here. There we go. Power of heart! I don't know why I think it's so funny, but it made me laugh.
Oh, you're pretty.
What if I...
Do you?
I'm testing the... Come on now. Okay, I see what I did. I was seeing how it looked if I switched the blue in the pink around. Like instead of the pink on the top,
Gotcha.
blue on the bottom, put the blue on the top.
Can
you see it yet?
Oh, because it's lighter up top?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which looks better, the blue on top or the pink on top? Blue?
Ooh.
Pink.
I do like the blue on top, I think, but I don't know. Yeah. Blue up top might be better.
Blue up top?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
Both technically look good. I'm just trying to figure out like which one balances it out better.
So it feels like pink is like there's less weight to it, so there's so much weight in the
Yeah.
bottom right corner with the blues down there, whereas
Right,
putting the blue at the top
exactly.
kind of like evens it a bit.
Us says blue on top right corner would be better if that's an option. Which, yeah, I kind of had that thought too. I don't know.
Yeah.
You might end up, yeah.
Well, I'm still gonna add. Oh, what did I do? Great. Let's try that. There we go. Make sure I didn't rotate it. I'm still gonna add like some faint stuff up here. So let's
Mhm.
see. Yeah, let's not gonna do that. The screen layer. And bitty.
Yeah, he says it makes the glowy white stand out more. I agree.
We'll just add some nope, not that curly hue. Oh no, my hearts, they suck. Do another layer of curly Q hearts in white. Why am I bad at this? Oh no! It's so ugly. This beautiful tattoo heart. Shitty looking squiggle heart. Oh god, that was the worst one. No! I feel real shame right now. This is making me question everything.
Don't do curly hearts then. Try just doing like a standard little, like, cute little doodle heart.
Alright, let's see how that looks. It's better, but it's not great. My hearts look like butts.
Hearts always look like butts.
My hearts look like a different kind of butt. They look like a flat butt. I love that though. Hearts always look like butts.
They do. Those are cute. Should Lucas have a little bit of a blush?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
I'm not done
I was
yet.
like, otherwise he just looks terrified.
Like, I am most definitely not done yet.
Okay. Okay.
I just wanted to get the background out of the way because it's always the most annoying thing with the wallpapers. Because sometimes I just don't do a
Here.
setting, and for some reason, just backdrops are weirdly hard for me. Like, I'm always like, what color do? Try no.
Dude, I can't believe this month is already, like, basically over.
No.
Honestly.
Hi,
Going back to
buddy.
that.
It is. Oh, he's all curled up against my back now. He's so cute. He's gonna start kicking me
Bubby.
soon. Oh, wait.
Of course he is.
Yep. Duplicate layer.
Yeah, I agree. He's not just terrified.
Before anyone says anything, I have a plan for the weird chaos of hearts in the background. It's not just gonna look like this.
I'm just right now they just look like fat heart seagulls. Just what comes to mind is this flock of fat heart seagulls.
Oh no.
I don't know. It's kind of adorable in a weird way, though. Looks really cute, though. I love it. It's adorable.
I'm never gonna live down fat heart seagulls. Too many hearts make it look like
It's so
clouds.
cute, though. Oh, I love that.
There.
That looks cute. That's so cute. I love it.
My inner Jess is coming out. Nope.
I think it looks good like that.
Oh no. Oh no! I can't get the
You
no!
do?
I'm trying to get the blush to look right.
Oh.
Alright, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna start at his skin. Make a little redder, a little pinker. Just work our way backwards from there. Nope. Nope. Jesus. Why isn't blush working with me today?
Aw.
Why? 50%?
Aw.
A little pinker, a
Look
little
so cute,
darker
though.
maybe. I'll take you. I still have to do all the shading. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, it says war paint blush.
See, I could have done the little pink dash blush, but no,
Which is
Lucas is
always
an
cute.
aggressive blusher.
Does he blush across the bridge of his nose or just his cheeks though?
Yes.
It kind of does look like war paint when you do across the nose. I mean, it's cute.
Yeah, no, it looks weird when I don't have it there.
Really?
There we go. I should add a little bit to the top of his ears too. We're gonna just like.
Fair enough.
That does not help
Oh, blushy.
anything.
Oh, blushy.
Oh, I love it. Oh god.
Poor buddy. So blushy.
Okay, under the liner, it looks a little better. Clean that up. He's flustered.
Quite.
Yes.
Very flustered. So
It
cute.
is now 6:05. I must finish this shading, but first I must eat something and feed my cat. So I think
Yep.
that this is a good point to stop. We got an almost complete piece today.
Good job.
This is going to be the patron wallpaper / bonus illustration reward for February. The download will be available sometime over the when's the 1st? It'll be available. If not on the 1st, then on no. What day is today? Shit.
The 1st?
It'll be available on the 1st. It'll be available on the 1st.
It's Monday.
For some reason I was looking at my calendar and it was on Friday, but it's because it's still on January.
I just did the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah, the 1st is Monday.
So it'll be available on Monday for patrons.
Perfect.
And then it'll
Yay.
be available with the watermark to look at for everybody else a couple days after. But the high-res download is going to be $5 plus patrons only. Yeah.
Yay.
Very cute. Sometimes I do a wallpaper and I'm like, I'm happy with this. I'm really, really happy with it.
Yeah, it's cute. Turned out really good.
Okay. Thanks for everyone who
Alrighty.
tuned in and asked some questions, mostly Olivia and Oz. And I'm back. Oh god. Thank you for coming. I turned and I hurt my
Ow.
back.
Don't hurt yourself.
Okay. Thank you very much. See you guys not next week, but the week after. Bye.
Bye.
Gotta think of a better sign up than that sounds good. Bye, guys.